As always, before we get started, I want to thank everyone who followed since the last time. So, Ahsoka 19, Plot Twisted, You Got My Coat, Barry Mike, Diamond Mage 11, Rose Star Dance, Wolfitopia, Weiwei 00147, Raven Wolf 98, and Jackalman 71. Thank you guys so much for the follows. I appreciate it a whole lot. We'll get started in just a moment, and the lag that you're seeing should go away very soon. Uh, it seems that the menus are at a higher resolution than the rest of the game, and that is screwing up my internet. So it should fix itself once we actually get started. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Ludo History. I'm Adam, a medieval historian, and we are back today with more Pendragon. I really enjoyed this last time, and so we're gonna pick up right where we left off, playing as Morgana Le Fay, as we seek to kill our nephew Mordred before, or possibly after, he kills Arthur. We will find out. It's a good question, Raptors. I'm good at typing, and we're just gonna leave it. So hopefully, once I hit this button, lag should go away, and we can get started. Woo. So, last time, here, as I give the moment to catch up, hopefully, uh, we made it from our starting point, way out here in Divi, on the, somewhere in East Anglia, all the way up, and then all the way back down. So, we're going to go to the Keep of Berend here, and then, hopefully, we can go to Dinas Bain and pick up our next actual playable character. We will find out. As soon as it tells me that the bitrate has recovered, we will get started. Twitch is saying it's good, OBS is not, so we'll give it a moment longer. In the meantime, if you are just tuning in, this game claims to be set in 673 AD. This is lying. It's actually set in 537 AD, around the Battle of Camlin, which according to the Annales Cambriae, or the Welsh Annals, is the fight in which King Arthur and his nephew Medrat, or Mordred, kill each other. We'll see if we can actually keep Arthur alive this run. We failed to last time, but we did at least kill Mordred on the way. So, to do that, we can play as one of a bunch of different characters as we unlock them. We have Guinevere, Lancelot, Morgan Le Fay, and then we still have to unlock Rhiannon, Branwen, Merlin, Gawain, Bedwyr, I think, and Kai. So, we will see how many of them we unlock today. Hopefully many. But we will find out. Okay, OBS is still claiming we've got problems, so let me know if there's lag, and you may need to refresh your streams as you hear it in order to catch up. Because it still is claiming 93% lag, so we're going to see if we can't sort that out. I wonder why it is doing that. Okay. Maybe it's better now? Let me know. We're going to keep going. So that can at least introduce you guys to the mechanics of the game. So we're going to go up to the Keep of Barent, which is someone we just killed was supposed to be in charge here. Sir Orin. we stabbed him and he died. So we'll see. Hopefully he recovers. No, so Nintendo, Mordred in pretty much none of the tales, kills Arthur and survives. He pretty much gets his just desserts, for his betrayal of Arthur. Now, the events here at Camlin, are really quite famous. And exist in pretty much all of the well-known Arthur traditions. It's one of the most popular stories about Arthur we get. And in Middle English, it exists in two versions. A 14th century version, where called the Stanzaic Morta Arthura, and a 15th century version known as the alliterative Morta Arthura, which are based, unsurprisingly, oh crap, that's the same guy as we killed last time. Is he a ghost? Spooky. No sign of attributed heraldry, sadly. Okay, I should be able to do this okay. What is your name? A good question. Sir Avon. Interesting. Okay, this is a different guy. So, we killed the Seneschal of here, Sir Orin, and we are meeting someone who looks exactly the same here, Sir Avon. Yeah, Rhiannon and Branwen seem to be here just because they're out of the Welsh tradition, and this is, very much, taking the Welsh names and taking a lot of the Welsh influence while using the English or Norman tradition. As his name here, at Camelot, all anyone did was fall in love. And yeah. That fits the the romantic tradition quite well. Very much well. In Mallory or the French romances of Chrétien de Troyes, pretty much every quest around the Arthur frame is about knights rescuing maidens, falling in love, etc. We might hear some of those stories. We might hear some of those stories soon. Each night we get the chance to tell a story. But hey, we got a night. We'll wait here until dawn. No one to bother us but the owls. And, speaking of stories, something cool this game does is each night, if you have 2 or more characters, you will get the chance to hear a story. These stories are rewrites of actual Arthurian romances. So which one do we want to hear? A story of Camelot or a tale of woe? Hello, hello. Oh, and we are getting tiny amounts of lag again, so apologies for any lag that you guys are seeing on your end. So, but let me know which tale you want to see. Meanwhile, to talk about the 2 Middle English ones, The alliterative Mort Arthur is far more detailed, telling of Arthur's triumph over the Roman Emperor Lucius, Mordred's betrayal, marriage to Guinevere, and then their death, Arthur's return to England, and eventual double kill of himself and Mordred. The Stanzaic Mort Arthur is a little bit earlier, and is far more in line of the Arthurian legends most people know from the overwhelming influence of Thomas Malory's Le Morte Arthur. So, like in the literature of Mort Arthur, Lancelot exists, but he gets mentioned once. At the very end, having done nothing. The Stanzaic Mort Arthur, on the other hand, Lancelot is a peak character and nearly kills Sir Gawain about 4 times. Camelot? Camelot. Okay. And by the way, when you guys hear this, refresh your streams to catch up on the lag, because you've got about 20 to 30 seconds of delay. Oh, look at this. Campfire Tale discovered. The Dame Ragnell by Illa. It was Christmas 10 years ago. The king had decided that he would hunt the boar that his kitchens would serve to the court. He left the castle with his loyal dog Cobble, following the traces of a wild boar. I'll guess. He met danger. He did. He was set upon by a stranger, who overcame the king and held him at his mercy. The stranger knew that the man was the fair King Arthur, so he gave him a choice. Dear king, your court is fair. The men and knights live by an honorable code. But what about the ladies of your court? Do you know what they want? Do you know what women want? A strange man. He could have asked for coin or titles. You have 1 year to find the answer, continued the man. Then come back here, and if you are correct, I will spare you. So the king returned to Camelot and asked the ladies of the court what they most wanted. He received as many answers as people he asked. Riches, family, lost texts, children. Some wanted a sword or a beautifully crafted bow, others a castle. No, indeed. Now the king was confused by how many answers there were. He needed the one true answer. Hello. Then one day the king and my brother Gawain were out riding when a woman stopped them. She was old, covered by rags. Truly something horrible had happened to her. She was curved and scarred. The woman told the king that she had the one true answer that could save his life. My name is Ellengar, and I will give you the answer you seek. But only if the most beautiful man in your court will marry me, she said, and she pointed to Gawain. It is a tale very well known in the court. Indeed, we all met the lady because of course Gawain agreed. Ellengar followed the king and Gawain back to court. And the announcement of a wedding was made. And Gawain was often the source of gossip. And yes, this is the wedding of Sir Gawain and Dame Ragnell. Everyone wanted to see Ellengar and the whole court attended the wedding. All witnessed the old crone Ellengar marrying Gawain. There were many knights who laughed at Gawain's predicament, not least Sir Mordred. Still, Gawain kissed Ellengar in front of the bishop as his duty as a husband required. So Gawain and Ellengar were married. Yes, now stop interrupting, please. The night of their wedding, they were in their new chambers. As she stood by the bed, Ellengar was suddenly surrounded by smoke. Her rags fell away, turning into a sumptuous gown. And the crone within became a young, lissom woman. Gawain was shocked. "Are you still my wife?" he asked her, and Ellengar nodded. "I am still her. I am cursed," she confirmed. "I am my old self during the day, and my young self during the night." And then she said, "You are my husband, so tell me. Would you prefer me beautiful and young during the day, in front of the whole court, or during the night?" Gawain, they say, took a deep breath. He had knelt in front of his wife and replied, "Why do you ask me? It is you who should make the choice, since you are the one who must live as an old woman or a young one." And Ellengar smiled, and then she laughed. "A very good answer," she confirmed, "for this is what all women want." The power to choose, and the answer had dispelled the curse, so that Ellengar might always be herself, both night and day. And the king returned to the forest 1 year after his fateful encounter with the knight there. "I see that one of your knights had the truth within him all along," the stranger knight said. "I have one more request, that I might visit Camelot and my sister Ragnell, now that she is free of her curse." He had, but with the curse, such as it was, in the end she had to help herself. To one of the finest of Arthur's knights, no less. Hopefully we will get to meet Gawain in this stream, because Gawain is incredibly well known in the Arthurian tradition, with good reason. I'm going to turn down the resolution here a little bit farther, so if this screws up anything, let me know, but I'm trying to do this for the sake of making... Okay, that looks okay. Hopefully this fixes my lag issues, because they exist for some strange and bizarre reason, and I don't know why. I have no idea why I am lagging, so... The bitrate claims to be okay on Twitch. It does not claim to be okay on OBS. So how is it looking for you guys? Meanwhile, can we actually go here? Please? I cannot actually go to Dinas Mine, despite being right there. Helpful. Of Luke and Cadogan. However, yeah. I'm not sure what our solution is here. So, how are we on lag? Because it's giving me a whole lot. What I can do is I can turn down my max. Can't do that. Output. Encoder there, bitrate. Okay, that should be fine. Odd. I don't know why it's having that problem. In the meantime, thank you SpiderLad63 for the follow. I appreciate that a whole lot. And apologies that we've got some issues. Oh, see ya, Karabaki. Yeah, I'm noticing that. Okay, it claims to be fine for the moment, so we will see, and I may need to bring the stream down to help this work. But yes, Gawain is a playable character in this. He was supposed to be up here, but he wasn't, annoyingly, so we will have to find him somewhere else. But he is very old, and pretty much as soon as there is Arthur, there is his nephew Gawain. And yes, as you note, in the Welsh tradition, all the way through, not just at the beginning, he is Gwalchmai. It's only with, I think it's Chrétien de Troyes that it becomes Gawain. But that stays true, that remains his Welsh name well into the 15th, 16th, and honestly into the present. So, not only is it early that he is Gwalchmai, through pretty much any text written in Wales, that will be his name. Even though the stories are pretty much exactly the same in the 15th century as they are in the Norman and English tradition, the names always get translated properly into their Welsh variants. So, you have like a 15th century story of Arthur and Caladville, or Vull, sorry, that is the tale of the sword and the stone, pretty much as Disney tells it, just with Kinir instead of Ector, Kai instead of Kay, Gwalchmai, he's not in that one, but Myrddin instead of Merlin. Hello, Hellfrank. Kai, Sir Kay is in this game. I actually don't know if Bedivere is the one in it. He's the one I cannot remember the playable characters, but theoretically, somewhere we can run into Sir Kay, and he will become a playable hero. Okay, we seem to have recovered on the bit rates, maybe. So we will push forward, and we will let it know. Ta-da! We can actually conserve our rations for today. It won't matter. In this game, for the actual gameplay elements, everyone dies in one hit, but as long as you don't lose all of your units on the field, then you'll actually be okay. Yep. Oh yeah, right. I didn't mention what Caladville translates to in English. Excalibur. Mallory's version of the story in which there's someone in there apparently. Powerful things move below the surface in places like this. Apparently powerful things are boars. Wild boars will charge and ram characters backwards, but they can't attack without a follow-up. Cool. Yes, Hellfrank, this is about the Battle of Camlin, in which Arthur and Mordred will kill each other. According to pretty much the entire tradition, some of them disagree whether Arthur goes to Avalon and survives, or if he simply overall all dies. We will attack the bush, and that kills the bush. Yep. And, yeah, as I mentioned, the Battle of... Okay. We're going to use Morgana's special ability here. She can pacify wild beasts, which is weird. We saw this last time, but this is weird and worthwhile mentioning. Friðarvinur. For some reason, Morgana's spells are Norse. I don't know why, but they are. But since that guy's pacified, we win. The goal is always to... Nice! This one's blocking the other one. The goal is always to make it to the other corner of the board or kill everything. One of the two. We made it through to the other side, and so the, Hey! Speaking of which, somewhere nearby is St. Gwalchmai's Abbey. So here we're seeing something interesting about this game. Yeah, this game came out this week, Hellfrank. It came out on Tuesday. It's by Inkle Studios, who made Heaven's Vault and 80 Days, both of which are games I deeply adore, so we are fine. Anyway, this game takes Welsh names, and it is actually procedurally generated by and large. So we have whole lot going on. Interesting. Okay, where can we go? We can't actually go here. Despite being close, we can't actually go to the place we discovered. Oh well, we have crossed basically everything. So, this game is procedurally generated, and so all of these names are kind of random. And as such, we end up with this weirdness in the collection of just Welsh names. St. Gawain's Abbey. He's no saint. While he is the best of Arthur's knights, bar none. Sorry, Lancelot does not shine, even come close to how respectable Gawain is. Mallory does not like Gawain, and so a lot of the recent Arthurian stuff makes him always playing second fiddle to, well, pretty much everyone. In Mallory's version of the story, in the 15th century Le Morte d'Arthur, Gawain loses to Percival, loses to Galahad, loses to Tristan of Lyonesse, and loses to Lancelot all the time. He's basically, he is the great knight that in order to prove that all of these knights are, just how cool all these other knights are, they beat him to a pulp in tournaments. Oh, and he loses to his brother Gareth, who I think is an invention by Mallory. So, yeah. You know, Raptorus, that is not something I know off the top of my head. What I do know is, Chrétien de Troyes Perceval, which is the, I think, oldest poem with Percival in it. He is not Gawain and Ragnall's son. That sounds like it's trying to make continuity in which no such continuity exists. Because King Arthur is just a frame. It is absolute. He exists. His court, whether it's at Tintagel or Camelot or Caerleon, or which is Leicester, or wherever he happens to be at this moment, is pretty much just a place for whichever knight is actually the hero of the story to go off and go be cool at with kind of a vague frame. This is true from the very beginning all the way through. So the wedding of Culhwch and Olwen, part of the Mabinogi, and one of the oldest Arthurian stories from the 12th century. Arthur exists, and some of his knights help, and he helps out, but against, was it Yspadon? But by and large, he is just a framing device for people to do whatever they want and whatever story they actually want to tell in it. Well, hey, is that actually Rhiannon? That might actually be Rhiannon. Cool. But yes, Leander, that is a very good comparison. Vegeta is about right. Because, let's be honest, Arthur, the entire Arthurian corpus is kind of a shonen anime. But yes, this seems to be the Lady Rhiannon, who is not part of the Arthurian tradition, but is part of the, I'm riding north to Camlin and Arthur, is part of the Mabinogi, which, Culhwch and Olwen and the Dream of Rhonabwy is part of. Ha! That's not good. I do not know a whole lot about Rhiannon. I have not read. No. Rhiannon, stop it. Oh, well. Well, that's unfortunate. I'm going to just, kind of move around and try to avoid getting attacked by Rhiannon, because I want to persuade her instead of stabbing her. Oh, she just left. Okay. Oops. East Paladin, thank you. Well, we do not get Rhiannon, because I am bad. I definitely just failed there. I could have... I think, could have recruited her if I made different dialogue choices, but oops. Yes. But yes, this whole thing is being Welsh-ish. Despite, you know, by the 7th century, any Brittonic names in the area have pretty much been replaced by Germanic names with the early English traditions. Exception would be actually right where we are now, along the Welsh Marches. I mean, we're near Liverpool right now. In the Welsh Marches, and obviously in Wales itself, they are preserved, but like the town of Caerleon, which is right around the Lake of the White Mount here, is known as Leoncester. Leoncestra in Old English, from which we get modern Leicester. So they're already kind of syncretizing the Welsh and English parts of names to create things much closer to the modern English names for all of this. But yes, we fail. We are bad. Hopefully, I don't know if we actually unlock... No, we don't unlock Rhiannon because we failed to recruit her, which is annoying. So we might have to do one as Lancelot after we finish this run. Because each run of this only takes about an hour, though I am being incredibly slow this time. We're going to be thorough. If I go to here, I unlock Camlin, because the several writers have come this way, and recently is the trigger dialogue to say, you have discovered where Camlin is, you can go do the final battle now. I want to put off doing that for as long as possible. How far from Camlin are we? It's a good question. I don't know if it's possible to be too late. It is definitely possible that we will be just too late, and when we get there, Arthur will be dead. Which would be hilarious, but also kind of depressing. Hey, that's good. I have not had any things in like 15-minute alerts in 15 minutes, so yeah. That is absolutely a reference to when everyone is made a horse deity. But the Circle Caspar, of course, you can see with these arches, it is... Oh, it's filled with pavilions and tents. That's weird. Anyway, this is some kind of reference to a place like Stonehenge and its standing stones, which, you know, describing that as older than horse worship is reasonable and true, because, after we have buried you, we will take the Forest of Divot. We will spare no one. Peculiar. The reason I say peculiar is, the Forest of Divot is where we started. It's on the other side of the freaking country. Oh, no, not what I wanted to do. Ah, crap. That was not... You attempt magic with your words. I do not believe in magic. Well, that's unfortunate, because we happen to have a magician. That's 3 people. Okay. We can move up here and be okay. Come on. Morgana, you know this. You should have come to the Circle of Casper, Warriors of Arthur. Okay. We'll move one step this way. Mordred will not save you now, nor will we mourn your death. Come on, move into the site. No, you're not going to move into the site? Dang it. This is a tricky fight, to be honest. Being 3v1 is bad. Okay, this guy is just a bandit. This is particularly weird. Yes, you should, Oh, right. I can move there and be okay. Just let us through, please. Oh, good. He's an idiot. This is perfectly safe for me to do. Because this guy can't actually attack me diagonally. Wow, these guys are incredibly dumb. I'm proud of them. It's good to know that sometimes the tacticians of this game end up just being bad. Because that helps a whole lot in making everything work. But I am running low on morale, so I need to be careful. Okay, I should win next turn. Pretty much guaranteed. Okay. Yeah. He's gonna run away because Morgana's slaughtered. Morgana freaking owned in that fight. Oh, right. Yeah, that is one story about Rhiannon I didn't, I guess, mention at all. Because Rhiannon, let's see, Rhiannon is the one who was made to run the race for... No, that's in the Irish tradition. Never mind. I actually don't... I keep the confusing my Welsh and Irish traditions, so I am not... It is outside my realm of expertise. A story of a valuable lesson or a tale of a most unusual night. Oh yeah, everyone in this game dies from one hit. Period. Once we get to Camlin, all these hearts in the corner simply don't matter. If someone gets knocked out at Camlin, they just die. So it'll be unfortunate when they get absolutely screwed. Okay, The Knight of Pies by Thomas Marden. This is the tale of the Knight of Pies. He was a baker's son in the land of Bedlinog. And on account of his birth, a knight's training was denied him. But the process of that kingdom needed a protector. Knights errant from far afield were summoned to the lists. Yep, tournaments are pretty much a standard feature of the Arthurian romantic corpus, because everyone, freaking everyone, goes to tournaments all the time. Ha! His armor was forged from baking trays tempered for years in the ovens of the court. Maces rebounded and swords sheared from their mark. And in demonstrations of courtliness, though he had little gift for poetry, the Knight of Pies went out with the gift of an exquisite flan. Incredible. Virtue reveals itself in everyone, no matter their origin. Under the guidance of its new knight, Bedlinog basked in years of peace. Petty disputes were resolved over banquets of pastry. And the princess' bountiful feasts earned her many alliances. Incredible. The Knight of Pies proved the most popular courtier during the kingdom's prosperous years. Huzzah for the Knight of Pies? But after an age of luxurious peace, this kitchen knight's martial skill slowly deflated. His baking tray armor, while good for one tournament, lay untested and rusting. He grew stale, you might say. Hey, puns. Puns, puns, puns. Does your tale have a moldy ending? The knight retired from service, old and honored for his lifetime of duty. And when asked the secret of his success, his long life, he merely said this: that while a good knight may be bred... Oh no! Oh no! The best knights rise when needed. Puns. Quality puns. So, we have discovered Camlin. It is close, and Arthur still seems to be alive. We stand puns in this house? Maybe? I don't think so, but we pretend anyway. Anyway, let's go to Gerard's swamp, and then we will go up to Camlin. Because we can... where Arthur and Mordred are to meet, or we can go somewhere else. I think we go one more place here, and then we... Actually, no, let's just finish it off so we can start a new run, see if we can't recruit someone else, such as, you know, any of the people that we missed on the way. Like, Dinasbain, which... why that we weren't able to go there, I don't know. Why we weren't able to go here, I don't know. But that's fine. To Camlin. So, this game follows the later Arthurian tradition in making Mordred both Arthur's nephew and Arthur's son. Alright. Pun's too much. Pun game too strong. I completely understand bailing because of that pun. Anyway. The alliterative Morta Arthura does not mention it at all. In fact, the alliterative Morta Arthura represents a significantly different tradition from the stanzaic Morta Arthura, from which we know Mallory drew on. So, I'm actually going to, before we move here, I'm going to read you some Middle English. One stanza from the later part of the alliterative Morta Arthura, which, by the way, is 4,300 lines long in alliterative Middle English. It is a time. The stanzaic Morta Arthura is also 4,300 lines long, but it's in rhyming verse. Anyway, so, speaking about Mordred, the initial report of his treachery, said by Sir Cradock, while Arthur is in Rome. Sir, the warden is wicked and wield of his deades, for he wandereth as wrought sem thou way passed. He has castles encroached and crowned himselven, caught in all the rentes of the round table. He devised the room and dealt as him leakes, dubbed of the Denmarkes, dukes and earls, deserved them sunderwees and cities destroyed, of Saracens and Sessones, Saxons, upon Sarahalves. He assembled a sort of Selkutha Bertus, sovereigns of Surginala and Sogios Mani, of Pechtes, Picts, and Paynims, pagans, and Provecnites of Ireland and Argila, outlawed Berners, Ireland and Argyle. Argyle. All the lads are knightes that long to the mountains, and lading and lordship has all themselves leakes, and there Sir Childrick, a chieftain holden, that ilke chivalrous man he charges the poplar, they rob the religious, a ravish the nunnas, a ready readers with his route to ransom the poor. Fro Humber to Hawick he holdeth his own, and all the country of Kent by covenant and talent. The comely castles that to the crown longed, the Holtes and the Horawood and the hard bankers, or that Hengist and Horsa, two fictional Saxon, early English chieftains from the non-existent Saxon invasion, Hint in their team, at Southampton on the set is 7 shipes, fraught full of fair folk out of fair lendes, for to feat with the fraught when thou the massalas. But yet a word waiterly though what not the worst. He has wedded Waynor, Guinevere, and her his wife Huldis, and one is in the weald bondes of the west marches, and has wrought her with shield as witness tell us. Of all the wheels of this world, what mote him worthy? Als worden worthy women to Yema. Thus has her mordred marred us all. Forth thee emerged over these mountains to mena thee, the sooth. So, notice there's absolutely no mention there, oof, you're getting more lag, but, there is no mention there, and there is no mention in this poem of, words. There is no mention of Arthur's being Mordred's father in that one. In the Stanzaic one, there absolutely is. It's a throwaway line, but it is absolutely there. We shall pick up attack diagonally as our skill, because attacking diagonal stance gives us a lot more flexibility. Usually we can only attack people properly adjacent to us. With that, we can move to anywhere that happens to be nearby. There's also 2 dead armies here, 2 dead of our knights here, and then there is someone else there. King Arthur here is about as obviously, whoops. We may have possibly done that kind of. The Stanzaic Mort Arthur is much more like what we know from Mallory or T.H. White. And with some reason, Mallory explicitly, we know he borrowed from the alliterative, the Stanzaic morta, sorry, as well as the French le mort à tout. Indeed, Arthur is his own worst enemy in the later tradition, because obviously kind of the impact of Arthur, yeah, they're bickering amongst each other. Don't worry about it. We just have to get to here. Okay. We will see if we are able to do that without getting anyone killed. It'll be tricky. Yes. Morgana and Arthur, do not like each other despite being, what is it? Half siblings? Oh, well that was not smart of him. You should not have followed Mordred. Wow, they have no stats for Galahad? Incredible. Galahad is not that good. He's really good. He's just not quite that incredibly good. Actually, I can maybe bait him. We'll see, because this guy really can't move, so maybe I can bait this guy in. Of course, someone else just spawns. Fine. Be that way. Sir Burr. I wonder if that's supposed to be Sir Bor. That's not good. Arthur needs to back up, otherwise he dies, because in this game, yeah, I said that, Math. I said that they were half-siblings. Or half-siblings? Yeah. Yeah, that's what I said. They have the same mother. Anyway, in this game, it is half map control, and so you can move infinitely far through your own territory. except water squares, which you can't claim. But that means that Arthur, if I changed the diagonal stance, I would claim it, but I would trap myself right here and have no way to attack. So I actually need to back up. Oh, perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Because he's in straight stance, he can't attack me. He's in straight stance, he can't attack me. Morgana can stab him. Let's see. Wait, why can I actually move there? Let's see, you can change to diagonal stance. Morgana needs to back up one. Damn. Arthur needs to back up one. Sir Marcus, you should never have followed me. So here we get to see Arthur deal with his own regrets, as, you know, he has lost 2 of his knights, who are actually knights mentioned in kind of just the list of the round table, though usually pretty minor knights. Once I saw Sir Nuth, Nudd, as someone coming out of the Welsh tradition. Anyway, I win. And I'm gonna see what happens if Morgana takes care of Mordred, but I may need to be careful. Okay, the fearsome knight of Sir Mordred hurries away, and Arthur cheers. Okay. This will be tricky because I have absolutely no useful skills. Because taming wild beasts, as good as Mordred is, give me the pleasure. Morgana wants to kill her nephew, please. And that is, yes. It is, kind of Arthur's own fault that he gets into this mess, though, according to Mallory, and therefore in the later traditions, Morgana definitely helps. This is going to be a rough fight, because Morgana, I mean, I'm going to have to just be really careful. Mordred has every chance of just completely murdering me. There he is. Greetings, Auntie. Come to cast one of your little poxes on me, have you? And yeah, there is no warning for any part of this fight. Mordred is... his AI is really smart, and if I ever get stuck in diagonal stance, I'm going to lose. Yep, he switches to that, which is what I wanted him to do. New ability, Diagonal Run. Can move 2 squares diagonally. Okay. Exactly, Math. I mean, Nuv is definitely... I mean... the names are coming from somewhere, and they are generally Arthur's retainers and knights. Okay, I'm going to go this way, and hopefully he steps forward. Can you measure by how long? Thank you. Yes, they yell at each other a lot, and off we go. Okay. He cannot attack in diagonal stance. And he has no skill to swap into a legitimate stance. So, I assume he's just going to yeet across the battlefield, and claim away all of my territory. Yup. That is expected. But we can chase him and claim that territory back. Hopefully he does something dumb. Come on. Heck yes. Heck yes! So, this is ridiculously good, because I have plenty of renown, so, attack diagonally. He can attack in diagonal stance? No. I am Mordred Pendragon. Whatever. I think I win. Because he cannot... he just keeps bouncing back and forth. Does he have infinite... crap. I think he does. I think he has infinite... renown. And we can just lose, here if we're not careful. So I need to make a different move. Even though this is dangerous as all hell. Okay, Morgana is in danger, he can attack diagonally. I cannot use my spin attack here. So, I've got to back off. But hopefully he manages to move somewhere dumb soon. Because he has to move into my range. And I'm afraid he just doesn't do that. We will change our stance here. I think I win. No, he just backs away. Damn. Because I can go up here. He can't attack me. He can't attack me from here. And now we're just repeating dialogue. Because he's being... I will hold. Even though this is risky. Okay, he moves there. Into that stance. I win. No. No, that locks me into the wrong stance. And yet, I think that is the best choice I have. If he approaches me, I just win. Yes, I win. I think? No. Damn it. Why? And since he's moving diagonally, I think I actually lose this, because I just run out of morale. No, I won't. I trapped myself. Cool. I'm dead. Oh, he just stood still. Why did he just stand still? Is he out of renown? No, he is not out of renown. Will you stand... Will you stop it? It's almost too easy. He is being the worst. Sir Avon got killed, because I took too long. Will you please just die? Oh, nephew, you are sorely mistaken. Kneel and ask for my forgiveness for what you have done to the family name. Our family name? I do not share your name. It's true. Though... Yes, I win! He cannot move away from me. And since he's stuck diagonally, I win. Finally! Well, that took a long time. And we did look down on you. We pitied you. In the alliterative Mortar Thura, this is actually unexpected. Mordred's betrayal is unexpected. In the layer tradition, it's pretty much expected. But in the alliterative Mortar Thura, so in this specific tradition coming out of the 15th century, Arthur actually makes Mordred the Warden of England while he is campaigning in Europe. and so actually in charge of all of his conquests in Brittany, Normandy, Denmark, and the entirety of the British Isles. Mordred repays that, of course, by entering a political marriage with Guinevere, who seems to also betray Arthur in that poem, and inviting pagan Danes and Irishmen. For some reason, Ireland has a bunch of pagans running around in it, and Saracens. Saracens are weird because the Saracen is simultaneously a specific quasi-slur in medieval Europe for Muslims, and it is a generic word for any non-Christian peoples. And so a lot of Middle English romances after the Crusades start will switch out what really should be Vikings. Really should be Vikings, and instead makes them into Muslim people. Sadly, we never got into the right spot to spin attack. But we did win. We'll see if Morgana dies. On the lower slopes, the sounds of war still rise from the field of battle. Morgana hears the shouts of Arthur, still alive. But Morgana cannot give a cheer. Camelot is gone. So much has been lost. Worm. I only wanted you to destroy Arthur, not the entire country. I mean, math. In the Illiteratum Martyr Arthura is composed around 1430. Ireland had been Christian for 1,000 years. Just because the Arthurian tradition nominally takes place in the 6th century doesn't actually mean anything, when the specific poem is from the 15th century and everyone inside of it is described in 15th century arms and armor and clothing. Anyway, Morgana survives and Arthur survives. We're good. I'm curious to see if anything changes. Besides, we unlock higher difficulties. So we can up the difficulty quite far. We'll up the difficulty a little bit here. We'll go up to, like, high theatrical instead of anecdotal, just to see what changes, and see if those difficulty levels actually mean something. If it turns out that it makes the game way freaking harder, okay, we did not actually unlock Rhiannon, even though we met her. This is Sir Kay. This is Gawain. This is Merlin. This is possibly Bedivere, but I don't remember for sure. And this is Bedwyr. So, the only one I've not played on stream yet is as Lancelot. So we'll see if we can't unlock more people here and get very quickly out of the lag zone. But yes, that is an important point about the Arthurian tradition. This game actually mentions, I talked to the lead designer John Ingold on Twitter when I was wondering about the date, because this gets the date just straight up wrong. But the game designers chose to keep it as in the late 7th century, even though that's not the date of Camlin in the tradition, in the Welsh annals, because the Arthurian corpus exists in a sort of time out of time. Arthur, in any form we can identify, would actually recognize him, does not exist. He's not a functionally real person. Regardless of any historical influences that may have contributed to him, he's not real. Hey, no, Raptorus. I I killed Mordred in like 2 turns as Arthur. Anyway, now we get to play as Lancelot. But the point is, Arthuriana is very much a time out of time. And the entire tradition, like, it's nominally 15th century, or nominally 6th century, but practically speaking, at each stage, it is constantly represented and made contemporary to itself, to its specific contexts. So, in the 15th century, you should think of Arthur as a 15th century chivalric, idealized court. In the 14th century, you're looking at the same thing. Gawain and the Green Knight is a kind of pastiche of knightly tropes, potentially as political commentary on how knights kind of sucked in the 14th century. The French romances are establishing some kind of ideal of behavior that was not lived up to. So, it's kind of a problem. And you can see this in the design. Like, Lancelot's face here is pretty much... his haircut is actually what you see in late medieval tapestries and manuscripts. So it is not at all reasonable to use the 6th century as the main and eternal spot to which we should draw reference to, because that's just not how it works. Anyway, something I want to talk about on this run is the fact that much of the content of this game is procedurally generated. It's kind of the studio's first real attempt into procedural generation. They've not been known for that at any point. And so the geography of Britain kind of changes each run, apart from a few key places. And the names of towns change, the whole design of the place changes. Camlin never changes. It is always right here. But one thing I want to kind of examine, and I don't really have good answers for this, I want to just take a look while we're going and see how it changes at each point and what procedural generation does to this Arthurian context. Because I think it's a really interesting idea that in addition to this corpus that is, really just this loose frame to be telling a whole bunch of individual romances and tales of knights and great deeds, or failures thereof, doing that with procedural generation, this topic seems really, really well suited for it. At the same time, it's interesting to kind of see the restrictions you'll have to put on procedural generation in order to make sure it stays within this kind of courtly milieu that it's looking for. And yes, Lancelot is supposed to be Norman, and this follows the tradition of the stanzaic Morta Arthura, within which oh, there's a bramble there. Okay. So yeah, these in the stanzaic Morta Arthura, Lancelot and Guinevere do flee to their castle in France, and Sir Gawain is the one who 3 times challenges Lancelot at his castle on the way back to England to attempt to defeat him. Gawain loses all 3 times, and Lancelot fails. Lancelot refuses to kill him each time until Gawain provokes him into giving an increasingly severe wound. So the first time it takes a couple of days to heal, the second time it takes a couple of weeks to heal, the last time it takes a whole month to heal. So, huzzah, we get rations. It's very much more in line with what we expect, and this game definitely follows that tradition. Lancelot takes a much more prominent role and is a much greater knight. Huh. We'll stick to the coast, and then hopefully we can cut across here and actually get to that castle. But we'll stick to the coast for the time being. See if we can't recruit a follower. These small chess-like maps, I think, is also really interesting because skill at the game and like drawing attention to the gaming aspect of it, both chess and tournaments are absolutely considered absolutely a form of game. And so skill at that was kind of, in the Middle Ages, it was the primary thing, I guess. Oof, voice crack there, hello. Hello, villager. I can kill you if I need to. But I should not need to, so I will go this way. Hello. Are you actually going to stop me? Are you actually going to stop me? This country has been sleeping too long. Sir Mordred brings the dawn. Okay, yep, you are... Nope. You are not a friend, so, bye. Yes it is. Lancelot's castle is in Brittany. But the Senseic Mortar Arthur, I believe, refers to it as... I think it does refer to it as in France, as well. I don't know that for sure. I only skimmed the thing on the way, because, I was doing research for this up until, about 2 minutes before I was supposed to go live, and then I realized I was out of time. So, that was unlucky for me. Anyway, let's go up to this place, and hopefully we'll find another playable character on this run, because that would be cool. I would appreciate it. Anyway, tournaments, was something I think I was talking about, and kind of how they all know it's a game. And yes, for some reason, every place we go here has been destroyed. This place, it used to be a wealthy monastery. We will push to there. And yeah. Whatever happened here, no one wanted to come back and try again. I do not like rats. Fair. That's... For these rats that are the size of everything, took to worshipping ancient standing stones. Peculiar. Really? I can't do that? Okay. Fine. I will kill this rat. Perfect. Rats can only move it and attack diagonally. So, if he gets hit, I just die. Like, he is just Uh... Okay, another rat. That's not a problem. That's not a problem at all, because he can only move one direction, and that is right into, Hello! Sir Lancelot hits the rat hard. It flies up into the air and out through an empty window frame, legs wiggling as it goes. How peculiar. Let's go this way. And the rat is gone. Okay. I want to take a look, see if there's anything, at all interesting. See the forest of Midvi from here. The locals tell stories of monsters in these woods. People used to travel that way to reach Brittany. Okay. Whole lot of nothing here. There seems to not be any carvings, so we will just leave. Ha! Very true. Though, you know, the horde mentality of that game is, Oh, cool. It just gave me... It actually just gave me the place I needed. I don't care about Midvi, so we'll head to the Ford of the White Champion and see if we can make our way onwards. As we just can meander over this incredibly, like, stained glass quality of Ridden. Indeed, at least this time we actually killed them. But, you know, we can't recruit them and use them to eat people wearing spikes for boots, so, you know. You win some, you lose some. Mostly lose some. I don't see anyone about, but I smell horses. That's not good. Suddenly, from somewhere across the bog, a lady knight calls out. Who are you? That's not an encouraging sign. I am riding for Camlin and King Arthur. But, you know, since we are Lancelot, we should be okay. Then we have a long journey ahead of us. Nice. Nice. I am in fact Sir Lancelot. And because I am Sir Lancelot, that makes me very cool? Question mark? Exactly. The most powerful swordsman who ever drew blade. The only one, according to Mallory, who ever was able to beat Lancelot, is Galahad. His son, and the one who accomplished what Lancelot was not able to. Huzzah! We got a new person. Yes. Yes, there is a lot of generic Welsh, Scottish, everything that gets mentioned, and that's an understandable thing. Partly, you know, Math, I think that probably fits into two reasons for that. Ooh, I did not know that. Kellich means witch in Irish. Anyway, even if we never find it, we have to try. Correct. We will find it because we are required to find it, and it will be okay. But yes. Words. A lot of properties, I think, stick... See, honestly, something I don't know, and is kind of curious, is whether a lot of those games that just totally blend Irish and Scottish material. There is a spider. Spiders in this game are horrifying, because they can also, like, cover a quadrillion spaces for nothing. So, I need to be quite careful. We'll bring our new person in before the thing gets here, because, yeah. These spiders are just terrible. Anyway, legs rattle like dry sticks. Thank you. Push forward. We can push up to there, and that should guarantee that the spider dies. Bonk. There we go. Words. So, the thing I don't know is whether the properties that just freely blend Irish and Arthurian traditions and figures, or I guess generically Celtic, whether that's Welsh, Manx, Scottish, or Irish material with Arthur, are primarily interested in referencing the Irish material or the surrounding material, and they use Arthur as a way to sell, or if they're primarily interested in telling a story about Arthur, and they use all of that as kind of to create a generic frame of reference to indicate that Arthur is a king of the Britons, not king of the English. It's one of the two, and I think sometimes it changes depending on which game, but I don't know which of the two it more often is. Let's hear a story about Arthur's spear, the spear Rangamiant. There was once was a young prince whose father thought wise to give to a Saxon wet nurse. There are some extremely cute spiders out there. There's also a lot of horrifying spiders. Anyway, this is off to a bad start. Why trust a Saxon? Or wet nurses are a great way to create trust between two people. This second one is interesting, though it's a very wordy thing. Wet nurses are sometimes, not so much by the 15th century, but early on in early medieval, early English, early Welsh, early Irish, and Norse contexts, wet nurse, giving a child to a wet nurse is a form of fosterage, which is a specific act of both increasing your own power if someone higher ranking than you or equally honorable to you agrees to foster your child. It increases your own renown because, you know, it's fundamentally slightly humiliating, but also is a hugely important way of expanding the family group as a way to kind of accumulate allies in case of a feud and prevent feuds between massive groups. But you could also have a poor family or a poorer family, freed slave or someone, be the foster for your kids as kind of a solution. So it's really interesting that that's specifically mentioned here. In the Arthurian tradition, it makes great sense because when Arthur is given to, was it Keelan or Ector, depending on if you're using the Welsh or the English name, Kay gets given to a lowly wet nurse, while Ector's wife nurses Arthur. So that specific wet nursing relationship for Arthur in exile is actually a very specifically useful reference in this period. The other one, of course, the Saxon. Trusting a Saxon. If we are acting like Arthur is supposed to be a Briton, so Welsh, though most of the English tradition conveniently forgets this fact, then this fits into the narrative promoted by Gildas and Bede of the big conquest narrative where the Saxons are fundamentally untrustworthy and drive the Britons out of their land in England into Wales. Note, this narrative is false, but there is this still cultural memory of distrust that persists in some of the early Welsh material. The young prince grew up with a Saxon milk brother. They fought, they challenged each other's strength, they played and argued as young men do when they are raised as brothers. The young prince, even when he came of age, even gave the Saxon a gilded spear. It was none other than Spear Rogoniant. I've heard the name before. It was King Arthur's spear, later. In all the time between that time and this, it never gained rust, nor its blade lost sharpness. Now, time passed, and what was doomed to happen happened. A war began. Our young prince went out on the battlefield. He cut through the Saxons' army to face his brother down. He screamed, "Will you dare strike me with a weapon I gifted you?" The Saxon lifted the spear of Rogoniant. Okay. Yes, okay, this is coming out of the Welsh triads. Okay. Saxons are cruel, and so was he. The Saxon struck down his brother, fighting Rogoniant, driving Rogoniant through his chest until it hit the ground behind. Although he held in pain, the prince did not yield. With one swipe, he slit the throat of the Saxon lord. And there he fought, where the spear held him upright. And he cut down the Saxons, killing every man in that traitorous army. It was only once all were vanquished that at last his head and arm sagged. Geoffrey of Monmouth includes it, math. And that's where it actually gets this different spelling. Rogoniant is in Geoffrey of Monmouth's tradition. He's taking it out of the Welsh material, and then it gets reincorporated into the Welsh triads from him. But since he mentioned it, is, I don't know if it gets mentioned in other places, but I'm certainly not all that familiar with it, but it doesn't show up in Mallory. I know it doesn't show up there. It might show up in some of the French poems, but I can't read Old French, so I don't know that for sure. A spear is not like an arrow that flies from one end of the battlefield to another. A spear forms a bond joining one hand with another's heart. Well, that's a badass way to describe a spear. But hopefully, maybe we can actually find that spear. That'd be cool. I don't think we can, but you know, that'd be... Uh-huh. It would be generally cool if that would... Inside the woodlands is a knight's tent. So we can go to Callan's Hamlet. Or we can go to Arnold's Woods. Let's do this, because knights in pavilions outside of forests is the premier way to go on adventures in the Arthurian tradition. The number of stories that start when we will conserve the rations, we have plenty of morale. The number of traditions that start up, or adventures that start up, when someone rides past the forest and a mysterious knight shows up in a pavilion is huge. Absolutely massive. So we will see what adventure we can get into here. There was a path into Arnold's Woods. Perhaps there was once even a road. No longer. Now the brambles have joined hands to block the way, letting no one through without paying their toll in scratches and torn cloaks. So Lancelot and Lady Maeve fight their way through step by step. They are exhausted before they even reach the dark clearing in the trees. It'll be curious, how, if this is doing what it is supposed to do, I hear voices out in the mist. If there is some kind of material... Wait a minute. Is that... Whomst? I hear armor, spurs, knights. There has to be a choice. Otherwise we're no better off than we were. Hello? These guys look weird. There is someone here. You are correct, there is in fact someone here. We will go this way, and we will see who this is. We have been followed. We must have been followed. We can't have been followed. Hello? Who are you? No, I am interested in you. Who are you? Stop running away and step into the light. So you are one of Mordred's followers? Quite the contrary. Quite the Indeed. Everyone likes hanging around outside of fort. No. Stand back. I have plenty of morale. You are loyal to Arthur. Come on, I've got to say something to reveal my identity. If you are soldiers of Sir Mordred, I will cut you down. Come on, they already know that we're not so... You know that these guys aren't soldiers of Mordred. Hoy vey. Nope, not that. Change dance. Hello! These forests are wide. You don't need to stand in our path. Step aside. Just say your bloody name, Lancelot, please. No, he does not... Okay. Sir Mordred is the king now. We follow the king. No, I was pretty sure that they did not actually follow Mordred. I had been pretty sure. But I guess we will see. We will strike you down then? I guess, since apparently... Apparently these two old knights are... Yeah. I can move to there. What are you talking about? Literally just said that he was Sir Lancelot. Okay, I am almost out of morale, so I've just got to get out of here. Still raining out there beyond the trees. Oh, perfect. I can kill this guy. Bye. Well, that was our solution. I did not think they were actually part of Mordred's group. Nothing in that dialogue suggested it was. Oh, good. But Lancelot, being Lancelot, keeps them alive. Just captures them, but does not actually kill them. So hopefully, they realize who they got bested by in good tradition. I thought one of them may have been a playable character, based on that weird hunched over. Merlin does kind of vaguely look like that. Cool, I can go to here. Let's do it. Powerful stronghold. Oh. Oh, that's just Morgana. A cruel enchantress? I thought it was supposed to be a quiet lady. A cruel enchantress is Morgana. So, we don't need to recruit her again, though she is kinda handy. But we will instead go here, and hopefully we will preserve our morale this time instead of whatever we did there. Anyway, that did kind of fit the tradition, in which you meet a strange knight, and they fight, and one of them overmatches the other, and the question is, whether when we spare their life, if they recognize Lancelot for who he is, because that is usually the way that knights identify each other in these romances. That they beat each other up, and either through boasting, in which they recognize each other, or through feats of arms, and then having beaten up the other, like, well, there's no one else that could have been, because I am the greatest knight, and there is only one knight greater than me. And I just got beaten, therefore, wait up a minute, it must have been you. Anyway, we will see if there's anything interesting in these stones that were being worshipped. I do not know. We will find out. There's at least a lot of renown available. There are ghosts here. I've killed a lot of people over the years. I might meet someone I know. That would be unfortunate. And Math, I do not believe that Maeve is part of the Arthurian tradition. An open field walked across by people who don't know that they're standing. And the wolves are moving forward. We can push forward again here, and we spend 2, we gain 2. The monks of Estrake Chapel came here. I can't see why. There's nothing here at all. It is peculiar. I don't know why they would have done that. Perhaps this was a sacred place. Oh, well. No. If Merlin were here, he would speak to these stones. Oh, okay. Fine. Thank you for that not-so-subtle hint. I think that's the right call. Runes on these stones, almost invisible. Merlin, he would have known what they said. Fine, apparently we need to get lucky and come across that in a tradition with Merlin. Actually, this is not a good situation to be in. I'll have to back up. And then we can move this way, and then hopefully step somewhere to make our way through. Another wolf whines as it curls up a little. Okay. There we go. Right. Got it. Got the kill. Yes, exactly, Raptors. That is a perfect example. Reminds me of a tale where Sir Kay and Lancelot switch armor, and thus Kay gets left alone. While Lancelot gets the fun of jousting anyone who wants to challenge Kay, because everyone wants to challenge Kay, because in Mallory's tradition, he is a jerk, and they realize who it is when Kay somehow beats them. Now, Math, I know you'll confirm this, in the Welsh tradition, Kay, being, especially the early Welsh material, not so much the late Welsh material, but Kay is the seneschal of everything. And so... Oh gosh, we could go here. People from Point Wandsboro came here to collect worms for fishing. Or Wandsboro. Let's go this way. We're just gonna steer clear of Morgana, because we don't need her. And Merlin is maybe a tree, maybe not a tree. He's a playable character in this game. We just have to find him. Which is kind of one of my problems with procedural generation. That sometimes you just get bad luck and are required to repeat content until you get the thing you're actually looking for. So hopefully we can actually find and recruit a new character soon. Ooh, interesting. The Hawthorne, the two ravens there, the two ravens must be a Norse reference. Huyin and Munin. Boop. We will... Villagers gather near the fire. Hello, friends. You are... travelers, either. Nicely dressed ones, too. Full satchels, eh. Not so much. I would not call us, You yourselves a great disservice. Agavia, get the pigs into the shed. Oh boy. You don't want to do that. We just wish to pass. We will change stance. No. We do not get to play as a trio. It seems to be, that... frustrating. It seems to be the case that Merlin does not follow the tradition that, you know, Merlin actually has. Okay, well, I know I'm not welcome here, but we'll actually step up here. We have no quarrel with you. See if we can avoid killing these people. I would gladly like to not kill these people. Some knights of Sir Mordred came this way recently. Told us to be on the lookout. Didn't say who to look for, but you seem the type. There's money in it. Oh, fine. Wait, what? You are... I didn't think you were in that tradition. Or you were doing that. Problem. Because that's just feeding. That makes me lose, because you can charge across the entire space. So, no, I know you want to sacrifice yourself, but it's a dumb move, so don't. They're not here to protect you now. They left you. Arthur would not do that. I would not. Oh, interesting. We will attack the bush, and maybe that will prove our strength. So Lancelot clears the way with a sword sweep. All we want is peace, yes, and your solution is to inflict stabbies in order to do that. Let's see. You want to probably... I assume you want to sacrifice yourself. Because if Lancelot sacrifices himself, by just changing stance here, he gets taken, I take that. That gives me a clear shot. Actually, that's bad. That doesn't work well. Graceful. You've got to back up further. to avoid getting whacked. Uh-huh. You want to change stance again? Okay, the tactics in this are getting messy. You're from Camelot, aren't you? They say Arthur went mad with grief. Murdered everyone, then tore off his own clothes and ran away over the hills. No, none of that happened. Okay, that buys us safety. That's a lie. Mordred's slander. Oh, you just suicided. That's unfortunate. I mean, we kinda had no choice. Sir Mordred is a monster. You worship what clothes him. Your worship is what clothes him in human clothes, but make no mistake, beneath his armor lies a demon, not a man. Yeah. So these guys apparently just never went to Camelot, and apparently that is, yeah, I know it's low. No. You should go this way. The gates of Camelot were always open. People came to us every day. Rich, poor, old, young. Those in need and those with plenty. Interesting maneuver. My morale is almost empty. And, unfortunately, I might run out of morale here, period. We need to escape. Yep. Oh. Well, look at that. The turn before I ran out of morale, she just bailed. So, phew! We win. Technically. So, beneath the dancing heavens, Sir Lancelot tosses a few sticks onto the fire and stares into the sparks. Literally the turn before I ran out of morale. Tell it. Tell it. What then will we prefer? See if we can get a new one? A failed quest, which is new, or a brave father? Chat, which one do you guys want to see? Or here. One of the two. A brave quest, or a brave father, or a strange quest. Sorry, a failed quest. Anyway, what I wanted to say, Ark of the Conclave, is that Merlin does not seem to be turned into a tree. Whatever happened to him in that tradition, in the English tradition, where he is deceived and either locked up as a rock, inside a rock, or turned into a tree, potentially maybe kind of didn't happen in this, given that he is playable. I have never run into him though, so I don't know. Anyway. A quest or a father. Both of these are new to me, so I have no idea which stories they are, but we'll find out. Quest. Okay. Sir Bodwin and the Chalice by David E. Skye. Oh. Long ago in Elerdine, a knight named Sir Bodwin had fallen in love with his lord's daughter, but she was an only child. Her husband would inherit all of Elerdine. As a lowly knight, unfit for such a dowry, Sir Bodwin had no chance of gaining her hand. So instead, he became her greatest knight, proving his prowess in battle and his honor in service. Sounds to me like you know the feeling. Many suitors arrived to woo Lady Elerdine. Lancelot also knows this feeling. One day, she announced to them that she would marry whoever retrieved the Chalice of Elerdine a fortnight hence. It had been stolen off to the lands of Faerie long before. Did her eye fall on Sir Bodwin as she spoke? It seemed so to him. Well, Sir Bodwin rode from the castle that night. He wandered in the wilderness for barely a day when the sound of laughter led him to a passage into a barrow. As inside, amid a strange circle of thin black stones, he found the chalice of Elardine, as near to him as I am to you. And math, he's not always the son of an incubus either. Merlin is... There's a 14th century Welsh text in which Merlin has a sister. It's called Myrddin the Mad. And so he is just the son of a local king in Wales who is quite mad. And, well, this story went horrifying. That's fine. That's fine. No, this story went straight off into the deep end. But yes, in that story, he is a possibly insane son of a local, petty king who... His sister is the princess, and he refuses to live, especially in the summer, refuses to live in towns and instead goes and is a hermit out in caves or under trees. And so in that story, his sister brings him food and drink after she has some very strange dreams, and goes off to this Myrddin. And gives him the drinks. The first is wine, which he refuses. The second is mead, which he refuses. The third is beer, which he refuses. The fourth is milk, which he says, this is good, this is good stuff. And the fifth is water, and says, this is just the best. Absolutely top tier stuff here. And then he interprets the dreams in a very obviously Christian way. So the first dream is there's a bunch of small cairns. And then there are a bunch of big cairns. And people are moving stones from the small cairns to the big cairns, but the small cairns are not getting any smaller. And the big cairns are not getting any bigger. And the interpretation of this is taxes. It's just taxes. And it was only through the protection of God. Within which by the protection of God, he refused. In glorious comrade tradition, God protects the poor people so that the rich do not accumulate too much wealth, and instead the poor will be able to preserve their life and what wealth they have. Glorious comrade God. Because drunkenness is a sin, Leander. That's why. Anything that makes you drunk. Magic does not protect the chalice, it taunts those who seek it. Fairies see no value in such a bauble, only amusement and men's desire for it. I am the same, and you have proven yourself to me by your humility. Sir Bodwin did not understand, but I have failed. To achieve the chalice, yes, but you have shown yourself to be an honest man, and all good husbands must admit defeat to their wives. She offered her hand while he winced as he took it. It was not from sorrow or shame, but because fairy magic burns and scars just as love does. But yes, it is very a reasonable answer. As a tale of horror or love. And if you cannot tell, I cannot tell you. Thus I am rendered mute, except to bid you good night. And we get more rations, which is important, because we'll need to spend them So yeah, that is... Locals claim the woods are haunted. Let's actually do that. The haunted woods sound good. Because if, as we might guess, Merlin was turned into a tree, a haunted wood seems like a good place to find a man who was turned into a tree. Yeah. I do solidly appreciate some of the medieval allegory, which you can tell is coming out of a popular oral tradition, which is just made explicit in that turns out wealth redistribution is in fact a good Christian thing to do. This is obviously true because alms are a pillar, and charity is a pillar. Hey, that's Branwen. That's a playable character. Hello? Anything could be lurking in the trees here, including a rat. We will push forward again here. Clearing space quickly is important. My name is Sir Lancelot du Lac. Who are you? Come on, Branwen. Come on. They call me Branwen of the Wood. I defend these paths because no one else does it. Sir Gawain was meant to keep us safe. But he hid in the library of the Sacred Carry instead. Come on, can we get Gawain too? 2 for 2? I want to get Branwen, and I want to get, dang it. Fine. We can at least get Gawain. That was a playable hero, but I suspect, that I need to find her with Gawain in order to be able to do it. Can I actually get to here? I cannot get to here yet. We are on our way. But if Gawain is actually there, Lancelot should be able to recruit Gawain. I don't know if he will actually be able to, because Gawain and Lancelot are rivals in the extreme. But maybe Gawain despises Mordred even more than Gawain. Or, sorry, even more than Lancelot. So, in the alliterative, actually in both of them, in both the Stanzaic and the alliterative Morte Arthura, Gawain is Mordred's cousin. And Mordred kills Gawain. The Stanzaic one has this big long time in which... That is a deceased knight. Why is there a deceased knight here? Can we push forward all to here? Yes, we can. Perfect. Perfect. Let's go. I want to find out who this dead knight is, because that's weird. Luckily, there do not seem to be snakes in this, so we are okay, question mark. The mud gets between your toes, and here we go again. Why am I able to... Who are you? Hello? Oh, that's clearing a dead body. Okay, that's weird. A fallen knight. A knight of Sir Mordred. Riding carelessly through this place to reach somewhere. We must be getting close to Camlin. Okay, we discovered that too then. I don't mind the mud amok. Hello, pigs. The pigs are cute. Let's be honest. Exactly, Velith. I think that's probably the take it does, is there is no way... Yeah. You are correct that Gawain does kind of repent of his intense rivalry. As he is dying in the Stanzaic Arthur, and derived from that, Mallory. As I said, Lancelot basically doesn't exist in the alliterative Morte Arthura, and so Gawain is the premier knight of Arthur's table, though Lancelot technically exists. He gets mentioned at the very end. But Gawain is, for pretty much the entire tradition, if Lancelot, except the times when Lancelot is the premier knight, Gawain is the premier knight. Mallory just doesn't like him much. And so, actually, in the alliterative Morte Arthura, after Gawain fights his way through basically the entire host of all the Danish and Saxon kings that have rallied to Mordred's cause, and fights Mordred himself, severely wounds him, but gets slain out of actually kind of deceit. Gawain strikes down Mordred, but before he can get out his misericordia, or a specific knife designed to puncture through a visor, he instead does his strike, misses, and Mordred stabs him and he dies. Come on, please be here, 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 please be here. That's someone's here. It's not too late. You can still change. This tradition... Ah, crap, that's a spider. I don't know, this doesn't look like it's actually Gawain. Let's move. We might need to get... yeah, let's get our other person out. 'Cause she will just die. Oh, hello. She will just straight up die if, the flag gets seized. So, we will find... Oh, crap, there's a third one. Well, Lancelot is good at stabbing spiders, so we will continue stabbing them. Please be Gawain, please be Gawain, please be... Okay, he just... Yeah. Just... bounded across. Careful now. You should not come to the Library of Sacred Kari. Presumably this is the Norse name Kauri. Okay, yep, that is just a generic knight. That is not Gawain. You are a knight of Sir Mordred's? No, you're not. I think that's my move. To have made such wrong choices and yet to be unable to turn away. The spider's bails. Reasonable. Totally reasonable. That he would just skedaddle. All men obey laws of nature, the laws of their character. I obey no one. Okay, sure you do, buddy. Just let me through. Drop your sword. Okay, I'm actually going to feed... Yeah, I know you want to do that. I'm actually going to feed... Oh, yes, this may hurt Sir Lancelot, not kill him. Really? Dude, we're going to kill you now. I will put your leader to the sword. We will meet again. Fine. Jesus. He's just gonna bail. Discover the location of Camlin again. And Gawain is not here. Frustratingly. Sir Lancelot lowers his sword. Well, frustratingly, well, he is not there. I don't know. I don't know how Gawain is so elusive, but we have now missed Gawain several times. I've not even heard a mention of Merlin. And we failed to recruit Rhiannon, and we failed to recruit Branwen. So it is quite sad. Story of 3 murderous daughters. Hey! Which one, chat? The daughters, which I suspect is King Lear, or of the forest. I'll let you guys decide which stories we hear. Because 3 murderous daughters sounds way too familiar to be anything else. Anyway, this game does seem to suggest that Gawain has kind of abandoned his honor and is running around kind of like a... Well, I think actually it hints that he's a drunkard at this point, and he is this would be a kind of redemptive story for him. But this is not how Gawain is like. He is kind of the actual ideal of knighthood. And, I mean, even in Gawain and the Green Knight, which is largely a pastiche of knightly behavior, well, he mostly spends the entire day being, the entire poem sitting inside talking to the lady instead of going out doing all the hunts. He remains on pretty well honorable through the entire thing, and the tale inspires him to become a better knight. So the idea that he abandons his honor and flees is unlike Gawain in pretty much all of the source material, and I'm curious as to why they would do that. 3 Jealous Daughters by NK. Here goes. There was once a king with 3 daughters. The king loved them all, but each was jealous of the others. Yes, this is King Lear. And each thought the king loved another more than them. Did the king have any sons? I do not know, but if he did not love them as much as his daughters. Now each daughter grew mad with envy, and each resolved to end the feuding. Each resolved to kill their father in a different way. Oh, never mind, this may not be Lear. The eldest, who loved her father, chose poison. The second stabbed him in the back as he slept. Okay, well, if this is Lear, this is a version I've never heard. But the youngest rose at night and gave the order for the castle gates to be opened. The people swarmed in from all around, all demanding justice. Soon they argued, and the castle was burned to the ground with all 3 daughters still inside. Well, what a version of the story. So their jealousy was their undoing. The father was to blame, I think. A parent must bring their children together, not drive them apart. So that actually, I mean, that stays... If this is meant to be derived from Lear, it stays true to the themes of the Shakespearean version. But the actual plot looks completely different. So this may actually be based somewhere else. Wherever he is, it's too late to find him before the end. Welp. Okay, see ya, Math. Have a good rest of your day. Higwith. And there's Camlin yet again. So, we lose. We have lost, our chance to find Gawain, and therefore our chance to unlock yet another new hero. So, that is sad. The pair approach the hamlet of Higwood. The village sits in the lap of 3 surrounding hills and seems to gleam like a jewel on a velvet cushion. The hawthorn of the field's edge is in bloom, shocks of white against the dark green. The scent from the wild roses is powerful. Interesting. This might be a peaceful one. Morning, you're looking better. Mostly better. There's a lot of people here. Hello. We are friendly friends, please. There's not many that travel the roads these days, stranger. Nights, is it? I'm Edit. I imagine you'll be wanting to talk to Dugan here then. Greetings, Dugan. Who are you? Which one are you? Okay, you're the guy in the back here. You know, it's hard to tell between person A and also person A. Who are you, Dugan? Or am I supposed to guess? Look at my arms. These aren't ordinary arms. Can't you tell? Who are you? I'm the blacksmith. And if you're a warrior, you'll be wanting to sharpen up your blade. I would be grateful. Hey, I get a new ability. Potentially. As Dugan, the blacksmith of the hamlet of Higwood, spins up west and works on the blade of Sir Lancelot's sword. When Dugan is finished, the weapon shines with an evil inner luster. New ability. Attack diagonally. Yes. We will kill Mordred with our fancy sharp sword now. Ha, do that. Can you spare any fighters by the chance? It's not that we actually need any, but... You ask too much of us. We are farmers. Survivors, I hope. We wish you well. How nice of them. How incredibly nice of them. They just... let it go. Okay, we can actually keep going. We'll just kind of pace around Camlin before we actually go there. Not that that is necessarily smart, but we will do it anyway. And I'm going to... I will be curious what our options are. Late morning on the 5th day. This is definitely the longest version of the story. So last night you may have right through the long night until the sunrise comes. A hard rain begins to fall, turning everything grey. Here at Gwen's Landing, a rough woman splashes in the shallow water. She sings an old song and seems not to notice the approach of Sir Lancelot. Hello! Snake doesn't seem to notice you, lady. Snakes stay in the water, but they can strike at adjacent targets on dry land. I'm not going to hurt you. There are things in this world that watch over you. But they do not love you. Did you know that? That's another snake. They ask things of us. They're asking me to hurt you. Can you hear them? Ride with us. Let us take you home. Just wait. Just for a moment. Okay. I wait. The rough woman does not answer, just lets out a long sigh and seems to crumple to the water with a splash. The water settles and her body is gone. Then the water begins to churn. Reasonable. The rat leaps forward, perhaps baiting Sir Lancelot to run it through. Yeah. Nope. I can attack diagonally and take out the snake. I will take out the snake for a moment. That's a lot of rats. A whole lot. Sure is. The sooner we're out of this mud, the better. Oh, wait. We will keep stabbing rats. No idea what was up with that. She just, like, completely trounced us, for no obvious reason. I was hoping she would be a friendly friend, but sadly the rats decided to be a problem. Hello? Yes? I'll follow you. You're a lion. I will follow you anywhere. Cool. You get a new ability. Sidestep? Or vault obstacle? Yeah. Apparently I did too many fights within which I fought with just Sir Lancelot, and they got spooked. Cool. Tarquin's Rocks. Yeah, let's go to Tarquin's Rocks. Anywhere that's not Camlin, right? I do need to go to Camlin soon. I don't want to know what happens on the 6th day. Old magic. Apparently old magic happened. The why, how, what, is peculiar. There is no escape from here. The only road leads through, but spirits are high. Okay, that's good to know. This is one that we cannot flee from. No signs of a fight, except that fight right there. This reminds me of the field where Merlin had Camelot built. I never understood why he chose such a godforsaken spot as he did. A mud plain formed by the runoff of 3 rivers. He said that there were 2 dragons at war beneath the earth. The first river under Camelot was the blood of the white dragon. The second river was the blood of the second dragon. There was a growl in the darkness. Hello. He never told us what the third river was supposed to be. But I think it bound the other 2 together. Perhaps it simply kept the other 2 apart. Yes, apparently rats are literally always the problem. Merlin built all that and then just disappeared. Something moves in the darkness. Indeed it does. I know you're out there. The slightest of echoes. Hello? Who are you? Please? Oh. Ha! The, whoever that was just got nommed by a wolf. So that's awkward. That's 3 wolves. Crap. I will actually... No, there's no point in changing stance there. I should move here. And then I can change stance. A wolf moves close, but nearby the other wolf watches. Yeah, I know you want to do that. You're not going to do that, though, because I'm not dumb. So Lancelot, what are you doing? This? Oh, yes, that's fine. I was nearly worried, because, I nearly thought I fed by having, yeah, you want to do this. which I think is a good call. Because one of them gets hurt, the other one will be okay. Yep, the other wolf darts forward in retaliation, and Sir Lancelot crumples. Sir Lancelot, no, you fool. Right then. We are almost out of oomph, though, which is a problem. One mistake, and you're finished. Ah, crap. This is not good, because we are running low on morale, and this wolf is owning us. But I can just get to the exit, and it's fine. Yep. If I get to the exit, Sir Lancelot survives, and we're good. Yes, Raptorus, I know that's what I'm doing. From the earth, Sir Lancelot stirs. You live. I owe you my life, Lady Maeve. Saved. You saved my life. We will get through this. Every time I fall, you are there. Well, actually, no, at this point, we're pretty much riding west. We've pretty much made it. We are walking around Camlin right now. Ah, boo. I have no choice now. I have to actually go do the main story. So frustrating. Anyway, we're nearing the second run, so what do you guys want to see? We've been going for, 2.5 hours, so after this run, I'll run an ad break and it'll be ice pack time, because it is badly needed. But after that, we can either do more runs of this, kind of keep going up to our 4 hours, or I could switch over to a different game. So what do you guys think you would rather want? Mordred's encampment stretches across the nearby hills. Where are you, Mordred? Won't you come out and greet your father? You've come alone. They should come to this. Ready to fight or shoulder bash? I bring a message from Sir Mordred. Death will be easy for you. And let's see who this is. Sir Drust. I could not protect you. The end is already here. All that was good is already lost. There can be no victory when so many are suffering. Oh, Lancelot, you were the flower of knighthood. Why did you not marry? Spoilers. Arthur, we have come. It sure is me. Lancelot, my old friend. We will fight as brothers once more. So we can keep Shoulder Bash, or we can get to me. I think we keep Shoulder Bash, because that's more versatile. But you can attack diagonally. Which is handy ability. Another knight. Lancelot paces carefully around the knights. Okay, he actually needs to back up. And then... yeah, I will change stance there. Push forwards lets me cross all the way to there, which I think is helpful. Voila. And he steps forward again. Hello? That was some lag. Oh, interesting. That's worth. I can push forward again and get into a safe position from which I guaranteed win. And Arthur does nothing while Lancelot beats everyone to a pulp. Okay, I'm starting to notice some lag in the game here, so it's definitely ice pack time, so we will quickly finish off this run. And then yeah, we can definitely do more of this. So the lag you're seeing, because there is some, is a problem with my computer right now, not a problem with the stream. So we'll finish this up. I apologize if this gets a little bit choppy, because 2.5 hours while streaming is just a lot for my computer to deal with. Oh crap. This is not an amazing solution. Oh, and by the way, one interesting stylistic difference between Arthur and Mordred is the length of beard. It is this kind of trope in medieval everything. Okay, diagonal run. Take an additional diagonal step. Interesting. Anyway, it is this trope in medievalism that the longer your beard is as a ruler, the better you are as a king. We can push forwards here. I need to be a little bit careful to not do too much here. Yep, you just bail. We can move right back here for the versatility. And that's a kill. Heck yes, he just fed. I think. Why would it not let me... Why is it not letting me do that? I should be able to charge through this square into him. Why? We actually hold here. Peculiar. Maybe it's the fact that he's on guard. I've been on this path since my ill-begotten birth. Exactly. This is not really a true trope in medieval right, fight and on a linear stance after diagonal move. Okay, we can change to a diagonal stance here. And yeah, I'm dead. Damn. I lose this run. Oh, what? Why did he not kill me? He could have killed me there. I don't understand. I super don't understand how I didn't die there. The fine edges of Lancelot's blade flashes in the rain. But yeah, since he's got that like scraggly, suspicious nobleman beard, we know he's a bad guy. Versus Arthur having the most luxurious beard I have ever seen, managing to proving himself as a good-ish king, or this modern idea of a good medieval king. It's very strange that that is a thing that gets associated with it, but it's true. Either a very neat, close crop beard, like Richard the Lionheart in like the Errol Flynn Robin Hood, or a very long, luxurious beard. Nobleman goatee is suspicious. But that doesn't usually matter, Raptorus. That almost never matters. On the lower slopes, the sounds of war still float upward. Sir Lancelot hears the cries of Arthur and Lady Maeve undefeated. But Lancelot cannot celebrate. Camelot is gone. When did Guinevere die? Huh? But Arthur still lives, albeit looking haggard and far older than his years. And this is true, even if in the traditions where Mordred is just Arthur's nephew, not his son, they pretty much all agree that Arthur deeply cared for Mordred, and Mordred betrayed that love. It's just the exact matter of what that is changes. The most public of failures, oh well. Those who wish to be strong leaders stumble in their weakness in the end. And Arthur deeply stumbles. In the alliterative Martyr Arthur, he kind of refuses to confess his sins when the betrayal gets predicted. But in some of the other ones, it is refusing to truly repent for Mordred. And that sin that leads him to his eventual demise, and additionally feeling forced into trying to execute Guinevere when her adultery with Lancelot comes out. That failure, while Lancelot does, in the traditions where it exists, Lancelot does try to make it to Camlin, he arrives slightly too late. But presumably the Monastery of Avalon instead of the Isle of Avalon. Yep, a quiet place beside a lake. I will write my version of things there. Nope. I would be alone. Fine. Fine. Britain, AD 673. Mordred has fallen, killed by the brave Sir Lancelot. Songs will be sung around travelers' bonfires of their contest, but for villagers and the people of Britain, the shadow of Mordred's treason will be long indeed. Camelot is no more, only the dream will survive. So, one thing I don't like about that is that it implies that, like, Arthur is this golden age, and that the death of Arthur, instead of... In the alliterative Martyr Arthur, he actually picks his son Constantine as his successor. And most of the traditions does have some kind of successor, and history does continue. So, by making it out into this golden age, it implies that the actual, like, Middle Ages there forward, after this alternate date of like 673, enters a quote-unquote dark age for Britain instead of, you know, historically what happened. So, I don't like that. Any sort of implied dark ages is bad news for representing the diversity and everything of the Middle Ages, which otherwise this game by and large does understand chivalric romance, and so making it into that as something that only slowly recovers, presumably an implied date of the Norman conquest as kind of, and entering Plantagenet/Angevin England as a revival of this chivalry. Not a good look for the early English kingdoms, which had their own strongly developed culture. Apparently, according to this, at least there's a version of the Arthurian legend that is written by him. Yes, apparently, according to this procedural generation. I've not seen that ending before. Last time I played as Lancelot, Mordred killed me. Oops. Anyway, we unlock higher difficulty levels, which I think we will let it do. But before we can get up to a melodramatic here. We'll just kind of keep going. So there's all the way down there is anecdotal, theatrical. Let's go up into melodramatic. But first, I'm going to run an ad break because it is ice pack time. So we will be back in 60 seconds, and in the meantime, if you want to support the channel further, do consider subscribing. It helps a whole lot with helping to be able to keep getting new games to show you guys. I've got a pretty good number already, but some things I need to buy, so showing your support is greatly appreciated. Of course, please only donate or subscribe if you can afford it. But right now, for pretty much just today, because there's no stream on Wednesday, subs are discounted, so especially multi-month subs, so do consider doing that if you want to support the channel more. In the meantime, ad break, and we will be right back. And we should be back now. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Let's keep going again as soon as the ice packs take effect and we stop dropping frames. We will return. So we are going to increase the difficulty a little bit here, and we will see if that actually affects things. See if it makes us more likely to get people or not. Anyway, well, as we go here, this is a part that is just kind of bad on our frame rate. Who do we get to play at? We only have a few options still. We are a roguish knight. Got one. Okay, loyal brother. Sadly, we only have a few choices here. So, who do you think we want to play as? We can play another one as Guinevere, one as Lancelot, or one as Morgana Le Fay. As the resolution continues to cause my stream grief. I'm tempted to start as Guinevere, see if we can just find somebody again. It's frustrating that we couldn't find more people, but we'll just, if we do that, we can just kind of keep upping the difficulty. We'll see. Waiting, waiting. Looks like we are getting some pretty significant lag, so hopefully the that recovers as soon as we get into game here. You know, let's do Guinevere, since we've not done Guinevere on this stream. See if she has anything fancy going on. Let's do it. Please recover bitrate. And once again, the procedural generation has changed the name of the priory where Guinevere was staying from last time. Since the fall of Camelot, Queen Guinevere has been sheltering in a convent, pretending to be a nun, but no longer. Enough of this. If God wanted my devotion, he would have given me a sign. Wow. Not a great look there. Don't... that is some quality modern cynicism. Oh, but that is a set name. Sister Roswin. But my lady, where will you go? Oh, I can't attack her. There will be a battle at Camlin. And I'll be there to help win it. I will have to tell the Abbess. Don't, please. Please, Sister Roswin. You asked too much of me. They were right about you. The devil has taken you for his own. Well, I'm sure that won't go... I'm sure that won't go poorly. Yeah, we are not... We are not a good Christian, apparently, which is an interesting take. There is a whole lot going on with that. A lot of it attributable to modern cynicism. Like... This place looks safe enough. Or... No one will follow me if I go this way. Maybe we go out to Wandesboro Glade. Either of those look promising, so let's go into the forest. But... Yeah, it's... There is this modern kind of stance of... a specific kind of cynicism towards religion, and a assumed or implicit belief that just as a whole lot of people are atheists these days, that there is equally much, I guess, atheistic tendencies in the Middle Ages. Which is not true. There's a sort of missed opportunity with that, to be honest. Ow. Bye. Because despite doubt towards the church or towards the central church or doubt towards specific traditions, belief in God was basically widespread, and fundamentally some form of devotion, alongside belief in lots of other things, but some kind of devotion was very much real and present, and assuming that people are only performing devotion and that it does not, or important people are only performing devotion for political reasons, does not get the whole of the story, and it never does. And so yeah, a very cynical take on religion in the Middle Ages, and one that I am not a huge fan of, because, you know, there's a lot of value in that complexity, and in working in the interplay between, you know, maybe... yes, quite. None shall pass? None shall pass. Let's not deal with none shall pass. A Celtic village. We will see what place this is. But yeah, Guinevere almost immediately this time just happened to become a lot more cynical. Whoops. We'll see if that has consequences. In the meantime, I'm curious, when you guys catch up to where I am, which you may need to refresh again because you are quite a bit behind. What do you guys think of the procedural... Hello. Now then, what's this? A good question. What is this? And Queen Guinevere of Camelot. Now answer me this. Where is everyone? I rode in here 2 nights ago and the villagers fed me, put me up. Gave me plenty of beer. Tucked me in, all gone by morning. Guess I thought I was a spy from Sir Mordred? Hard to say. I don't look like a spy. But are you a knight of Sir Mordred? Are you with Mordred or with Arthur? But I heard... No offense to you, my queen. I heard they burned you at the stake. They potentially maybe kind of did. They did try to burn him. I'd say they burned you and made you stronger. Like a twice beaten blade. Indeed. But... Well... I'll ride with you, Guinevere the Fireproof. Good name. Lady Abigail. I am not alone. We can either keep the attack diagonally or sidestep. And we get a new follower. Off we go then. And we get a 5th ration, so huge. This is pretty handy. Hopefully we can find more people. Up ahead is St. Meliot's Nunnery. Is someone supposed to be there? We might find shelter there. Okay. Meh. It's something, but I was hoping for more people. Once a place of pilgrimage, but now lost to the wilderness. It's also really interesting, and strange, to be honest, that for all of this, oh, you aren't even a full knight. Oh, never mind. They are, everyone just has less health. Okay. Ha. Anyway. Another thing that strikes me as odd about this game is keeping in line with that idea of this utterly destructive, quite literally Dark Ages, making the Middle Ages or post-Arthur into the popular conception of these Dark Ages, is that there seems to not be a single actually standing nunnery, or any sort of monastery, convent, religious site, left. They have all been destroyed, all across England. Now, apart from this being, factually and obviously untrue, this game is set in 673. The Lindisfarne Gospel is produced in the early 700s, so literally a generation and a half after this. So, like, blatantly untrue, but that's okay. It sets it up to be, well, to be a specific something that it is not, and I don't think it's, well, rats. I do not like rats. That's reasonable. But the rats cannot attack you, and they cannot kill our ally, so... Anyway, we get another thing that we actually want Merlin for. Another place we can get to. We'll see if they actually let us, go there this time. Or if they actually let us decipher anything about it. I doubt they will. There were always rats in Camelot. We never talked about it, Arthur and I. Really? but they would run up and down the curtains at night. Well, what a dismal place. While rats were ubiquitous in the Middle Ages, the idea that they would just be that... The idea that they would be that everywhere is kind of silly. Lady Abigail, there are rats within these walls. I need that to happen. One rat tears down another. Oh. Guinevere. Stabs. But yeah, the idea that rats were literally everywhere and they were part of life, but the idea that they were ultra common is odd. Please be. Brandon's Fortress. Guinevere has said that Sir Kay took up living there after the Round Table scattered. Please. I would be immensely grateful. Okay, there's the place that we need Merlin. Can we not actually go there yet? Peculiar. Let's go to the Morpha Nantes. But yeah, it's not that common, and they would largely stay near where food was rather than just running around all over the damn place. So it's odd to say that there were rats that much, or that many rats. Probably a few, definitely. But probably mostly living in the cellars rather than running around in the curtains. But that's not exactly something that gets recorded a lot, you know? Some archaeology has looked for rat skeletons as kind of the zooarchaeological stuff, but it's not like rats are ever significant enough to get recorded. So I won't stick too strongly to that idea. I have a bad feeling about it too. I've never liked marshes. That should be okay because he can't charge through me. My father always insisted on taking me for walks through the marshes. Yoink, and we are doing good. We're actually doing really good. A boar paces closer. Let's put itself into Guinevere's path. Perhaps it knows that Guinevere is almost away. Well, looks like we're having boar for dinner. Which, boars are scary. The idea of just, you know, whacking one in one hit and it dying is... Well, with one of these spears, potentially, but in general, boars are terrifying. And you need a pretty hefty spear after you flush it out in order to kill one. They are not just random enemies that you can easily take out. They were hunted that required preparation, and done carelessly would get people killed. We are unharmed. And so we go. Exactly, Leander. Why would you record the fact that the rats that always exist are continue to exist? Okay, we can head to there. Let's... I don't want to be too... I don't want to push up too far and risk missing something, but I do want to just... I just want to hope. You know, let's just hope Kay's here. Because he's cool. Probably. I've not run into him in this game, so I don't know how they characterize him. But I would rather that he is... you know, actually around. But I've been burned on this a bunch of times, so I'm not... Because oftentimes, both of my other runs as Guinevere of this, they've said where Sir Lancelot is, but they haven't actually, you know... Yep, we got burned again. It's okay. Are you here? There's blood on the flagstones. God Dang nabbit. Oh no, a wolf of Sir Mordred. I'm so scared. I'm a little more scared of that. Mordred's pig in a suit of armor. Exactly. What's our next destination? Yep, you do want to change your stance. I see you, spider. Okay, so that doesn't work. That is my best move. Where is Sir Kay? What have you done with him? The idea that he would get killed like that is, Okay, so she wants to change her stance. The reason why is that that claims this square, which means that the knight can't actually reach me. See, like that. And we can change the stance again. And we'll see where people go. Yes, exactly. That is a whole lot of meat, running very quickly. In the north, in the waste beyond Caerwirion, Arthur will be defeated at Camlin. If you say so. Okay, you just bailed? Seriously, dude? What a waste of time. What an utter waste of time. And yeah, Kay seems to be very dead, so not great. Not great at all. But, you know, let's go for another story while we're trying and waiting. Then Lady Abigail throws a few sticks onto the fire and stares into the spears. Shall I tell you a tale? Let's do it. Storytelling is everything. Oral traditions are good. The story about a man who lost the ill wind within him? Or a tale of a game and a wager? Chat, you know the drill. When you catch up, you may want to refresh the stream for less delay. And then tell me which thing we're gonna hear about. In the meantime, since we seem to have literally no luck on finding people who aren't dead, Sir Kay is Arthur's foster brother, and according to the later tradition, when Arthur is revealed to be the king, thanks to the Sword in the Stone, you know, the Disney story everyone knows, when he reveals it to his foster father, Ector or Killen, his foster father asks a favor, as he tells Arthur about the fact that he is Uther's son, and that is, since Kay was raised poorly through no fault of his own, but instead because of who Arthur was, that Kay be made the seneschal, so kind of the related to, I guess, Mayor Domus would be a reasonable comparison to a fancy restaurant or fancy manor. For Arthur. And Arthur, of course, agrees wholeheartedly. And Kay, while he is, in the later traditions, made out to be extremely arrogant, is also said to be an incredibly good warrior. And he's kind of the... Yeah, but he is the standard you have to beat in order to get into the Round Table. Which means that even though, like, later traditions seem to not understand that, and instead just make him out to be worse and worse and worse and worse. But, like, beating him is a proof of honor and of martial prowess sufficient to get you into the court, which implies that there's a whole lot of people that he was just way better than in tournaments and on the battlefield. Alright, Raptors, you suggest the first, and therefore let's do the first. Indeed, The Man Who Couldn't Fart by Michael Kelly. In a small town to the north, there once was a fellow named Quill. Absolute bugbear of a man, a brute. He would intimidate the people into getting what he wanted. A ruffian, then. Indeed. Now this Quill would carouse late into the night, feasting on greasy meat and strong ale. The good people of the town called him Quill the Glutton, but only in whispers, behind his back. Then one day he ran afoul of someone who was able to see him for what he was. Good, anyone that is such a terror needs comeuppance. Not the comeuppance you are expecting, I wager. It happened that a strange woman was passing through the town. She seemed a peddler with strange and magical trinkets. A witch? We know one of them. Mayhap, her wares were certainly magical. Interesting. They spelled magic with a K once, which is why she was so incensed when a drunken Quill fell upon her table, shattering it and all of her wares upon. What an oaf. The woman demanded recompense, but Quill merely laughed, saying he would not pay. Naturally angered, the woman cursed him. You are a boor and a wastrel. You cause pain and anguish to the people of this town. And you care not for the suffering of others. So you shall suffer greatly. She drew herself to her full height and stared Quill in the eye. From now on, you shall never be able to break wind. What an oddly specific curse. I love oddly specific curses, but oddly specific. Quill laughed at this, seeming a great joke. But the next night, after the woman had gone, he began to feel a great pressure he could not relieve. Truly, agony upon agony. Quill awoke the next morning, a great tearing in his guts. He went to the physicer, to no avail. And here's another one where they used a K. Weeks passed, and Quill could not venture from his house. He howled from the fire in his bowels. Not a pleasant way to go, as it turns out. Truly, who can bear such a pain? Now one day the peddler came once more into town. Word came to her of Quill's plight, and she found him abed. He feebly raised his head and spoke. My lady, your curse hath ruined me. I beseech thee, allow me to fly lest my let fly lest my body rupture. Peculiar. Very well, she said, but I require an oath in return. Anything you wish, wailed Quill. Shall give all you own to the people of this town, and trouble them no further with your drunkenness. I swear it, he cried. Well, upon this she led Quill to a field behind his house. This is going to be messy. There they found a great mud puddle from the previous eve's rain, and she bade him climb in. When he was immersed up to his nape, she gave him a small potion and withdrew backwards. At her command he drank deeply, and a great wind began to rise from Quill's rear. The mud bubbled, and Quill was fired clean out of the puddle. He lay prone, mud-soaked, crying tears of happiness. The woman approached him and spoke. Let this be a lesson. Everything needed for a bad man to become a good one can be found in a single fart. And that is the story of Quill the Glutton. Amazing. Sir Kay is out there somewhere. I know it. Oh good, he might not actually be dead. We just need to find him. No idea how or where, but maybe we'll get lucky. Okay. Way the heck up there. Great Fen of the Birds. Or Green Fen of the Birds, I should say. We shall see where we can go. I will try and visit as many places as I can to find Kay. But this might be a problem. And yeah, you know, that brings me into the realm of parody stories, of which there are many. because the tradition of romances, while largely composed for elite context, as the case with Marie de France writing in the court of Henry I, or presume for Chrétien de Troyes, presumably writing for an elite audience, even though he's writing in the vernacular. Romances obviously made it into popular consciousness by the 14th century, partly due to just oral tales getting told and retold and retold, and partly through the specific troubadour tradition. I was at the Abbey more than a year, and I never came to this place. Well, we're not exactly close to the Abbey anymore. You know? Hello, villager. No knife. Those are two villagers. Okay, anyway, the tradition of romances, of course, turns into the tradition of just making fun of knights, which is a very long and glorious tradition. Hello? I don't want to move just straight into you, because, yeah. These two are both in arms right now. Okay, now you're not. I can actually just step forward and see who you are, because I can't get attacked right now. I'm coming from Pendragon Priory. You're no nun. The queen herself, if I'm not mistaken. Riding through the village of Clare as bold as she likes. Yeah. I'll have your silence, if you please. Your word is law, naturally. We'll remember that, shall we? But it is you, though, isn't it? I want to know what to tell my mother. She looks old, so I don't know, like, why. Are you guys peaceful? You guys are peaceful. Won't attack. Perfect. This is the north gate, isn't it? You won't see me again. But what are you doing here? Where are you going? Maybe our reputation will precede us and we will attract friends instead of enemies. I don't know, we get lucky sometimes. Guinevere. Must be a lot of blood to spill between here and Camlin. Hey, we got another follower. I'd like to fight beside you, if I may. So that's it, Malthula. You're leaving me like that. I won't let you go. Are you its keeper? Indeed. Something. Something words. Come on with me, Malthula. Leave this mess behind. Okay. Will you ride with me? Off we go then. You have lost your mind. This one will get you killed. Okay. I thought she was about to stab me, to be honest. Our long road together begins here. We should waste no more time. And so Guinevere resumed her Mount Thistle, and behind her rides Malthula of the village of Clare. Anyway, oops. He's not very good, so we won't worry about him too much, unless if we need him. So our options are the Green Fen, or... what's here? Powerful stronghold said to be held by a quiet lady, or... these are a mount... they say the caves of this mountain are defended by a manticore. Oh, that'd be fun. I don't think we can actually cross that, but that'd be fun. Anyway, so... popular romance. They quickly turn into parody. Obviously, Geoffrey Chaucer and the Canterbury Tales shows a really clear version of this, where the Knight's Tale is a pretty straightforward romance, and then the Miller's Tale immediately following is a parody of that romance. But there's also a very broad popular tradition of kind of making fun of yourself in popular romances. So, for instance, there's the Tournament of Tottenham, which is a fairly short text. It's only like 300 or 400 lines. And instead of being some big... let's actually have him lead the battle. People lose their way in matches like these. Well, we actually have full renown. Cool. He just busted up the... Busted up the whole thing. There we go. They are. Hopefully there's not a snake right there. I would assume I would see it if there was one, but I got lucky. We'll see if we can't get him some experience. And a dead knight. Well done. A nasty smile breaks across. Good work. I've been slaughtering boars since I was smaller than them. We will make a knight of you yet. The Rocheliers de Crevwiron. So, the Tournament of Tottenham here. Is... Okay, I can go straight to Gringamore. Powerful stronghold. Someone's ridden this way recently. Completely empty something. Doesn't say anything. Let's go here, since we had it. We can see if maybe that's Kay and someone else, instead of other worse news. But the Tournament of Tottenham is basically a pastiche of a knightly Arthurian-style knightly tournament. And so it is a random guy, basically, going to win the daughter of the miller in this big fake tournament where it's supposed to be every single guy, or every single man can come and attempt to win a wife. And so a whole bunch of people will go off, leaving the fact that they're already married behind, to go attend that tournament. And a whole bunch of basically every peasant in the vicinity does. And it turns into this hilarious, just cobbled together armor and silly weapons. Basically, Monty Python could perfectly reenact it, with their old ladies reenacting famous battles. It's basically one of those for a chivalric tournament melee. Of course, in the end, our hero gets the girl, and everyone lives happily ever after. But it is I find it to be a genuinely funny pastiche of tournaments and of one of these big stock scenes of Arthurian romance. So the story we get is we got there with the man who was cursed there. Definitely fits within the idea of a parody that would be told in the Middle Ages. As oddly specific and kind of generally weird as it seems, totally legitimate and at least plausible story. What I'm hoping is that the person who has ridden this way recently is actually an ally, like Sir Kay, and is not is not an enemy. Oh, it's Morgana Le Fay again. Hello. Well now, my dear pretty Queen Jenny. You look like you've been dragged through a bramble bush. Come on! Why would you... Grr. Grr. I want to recruit other people. I was hoping we would get to talk about other people. Oh well. So be it. You're welcome to shelter here, certainly. Will not need to slit your throat while you sleep. Just stay out of my way. If you insist. You always were such a pretty girl, a petty girl, Jenny. Still, your visit here coincides with certain omens. You are going to Camelon. I will ride with you. Behind you if you're stubborn. Only one battle remains to fight. It is not between us. I won that 5 years ago. Morgana continues to be wicked and oddly Norse, and we get our new person, and we will, wow, holy mackerel, that last line was savage. I did not, I skipped through it, but it said you always did lie, or lie wherever you like. You always did. Would like me to tell you a story? Stories are for children, but go ahead. Oh, come on, Morgana loves stories. But like, half of what she does is tell lying stories. A story of how death was cheated and yet won? Or a tale of a valuable lesson? Okay, we're going to do this one because I've already heard the second story. So I would like to know how to cheat death. Also a very Morgana thing to say. A long time ago, there lived a great king who ruled in a far-flung land. As romances do. Not as great as Arthur, of course, but great enough to be loved and admired by his people. Where did his kingdom lie? In a faraway place in which no Briton has ever set foot. Only ruins remain of it now, the story goes. As I was saying, under his reign the people came to know prosperity and great fortune. The king had few enemies and dealt swiftly with all of them. He feared no mortal hand, however he knew that he could not live forever. And he dreaded the thought of giving away all the power he had accrued. I think I know where this is going. One morning the king awoke and found death waiting. I have come for you, it said, raising one bony finger. The king was scared at first, but he had to think of an escape. So the king challenged death to a game of Nefertaf, which is a Norse game, not an English one. If death won, he could take the king's soul, but if he won, he would never see death again. Only, there was a catch. To give the king a chance, it was agreed each player would make one move per day. And Death agreed to that? In fact, why did it even bother with the game? It could have just taken his soul right then. Perhaps Death had its reasons. They lay out the pieces on the board and began the game. It quickly became clear that Death was a very skilled player. The king stood no chance of winning a fair game. So he cheated. So much for the great, fair king. He played a diabolical gambit, certainly. The king raised his army and sent them to attack a neighboring kingdom. A great and terrible war ensued. Day and night the bodies of men fell down on the battleground. Soon every man, woman, child, and elder was enrolled and sent to fight. This gave Death much work to do and little time to think about the game. While the king would spend all day long in his chambers pondering what move would bring him closer to victory. And he spent no time thinking of the war. He thought only of the game. Piece by piece, the king beat death back until the Black King was cornered and caught. That's not how Nefertop works! The king's hands shook as he realized what he had done. He had defeated death. He was immortal. Death whispered a foul message, then disappeared. The king could now rule forever as he pleased. But when he looked out the window, he saw his kingdom was empty, his subjects all slain. This king knew the tragedy of Darth Plagueis. Yes. You won the wrong game. Sometimes it is better to lose than to win. But Guinevere is constantly looking over her shoulder. That is basically the story of the knight who beat death at chess. And in fact, it must be because they missed. They actually straight up missed Nefertop. Nefertop doesn't have a black king. In that game, the white king starts in the center of the board with his retinue, and the black player places pieces to try and block the king's exit. The king's goal is to reach the edges of the board, and if he does that, the white wins the game. Otherwise, if the king gets trapped, black wins the game. So, the idea of there being a black king to take, isn't. We'll heal up those two, and we need to reach Camlin on this day. Or else we'll be in some, or at least find more food. Otherwise we'll be in some trouble. But yes, he baited himself. The long watches of the night are over. The road improves as it winds up the side to Narbeth Bastion. We'll have Lady Abigail lead this one, I think. It's quiet here. Strangely quiet. Rats. Amazing. Luckily, rats aren't too dangerous, but this place might be a ruin. But not every ruin is empty. Well, this ruin is full of rats, certainly, so... Nature is reclaiming this place. Bushes crawling in through the empty windows. Another rat. Can't say I like it here. And they fight each other, and that leaves us in a good position. Cool. Yeah, there are a lot of... I certainly don't know all of these stories. I should bring in an ally. Yes, Morgana is ideal. I know this place. This is Sir Bordelois' castle, or it was. Oh, he's the last playable one. It's not Bedivere, it's Bordelois. Maybe he still is here. I came here once. The hall rang out with laughter and feasting. There was music. It seems like a lifetime ago now. Ooh, Leander, good question. Speaking of roads, how was road construction and maintenance organized in the Middle Ages anyway? How? Short answer, poorly. I heard Bordelois left Camelot because he fell in love with the lady of the misty keep of Melis. Perhaps he's still there? That would be handy if he was. Bordelois certainly isn't here. And pacify. Spell has been cast. Frida Winner. The rat stiffens suddenly and a strange green color floods its eyes. That should hold it for a few minutes. Oh gosh, that slaughtered my... This place is a ruin, Morgana. For a while lived here. How did it crumble so fast? Wolf whines as it turns about where it stands. Can I actually have you do things? No. Dang nabbit. Feels like something terrible happened here. Ah, crap. The rat is fine. But why used to laugh like a bell? You will change stance, and we are running low on morale. Okay, that actually doesn't work well. Okay, too far to do that. Okay. Nope, instead we will... So I can't do that because then you die. So that'll have to be changed stance again. Even though this is... Borla is gone and this place gives me the shivers. Reasonable. I know it is. Just be patient. Be patient. Anyway, roads in the Middle Ages are typically not... Blast! I need to just flee. It's bad for morale, but I can't get through... I can't get past this, this bleeding rat. And the others run wildly away from the walls of Narbeth Bastion, but at least they are alive. Not great. Hopefully that doesn't injure anyone. Sunrise on the 4th day, we have arrived somewhere else, in Sidok's village. Anyway, roads in the Middle Ages are often not good. To be honest, most of them are actually really, really bad. Peace. Travelers, Morna. Nicely dressed travelers, too. Full satchels and fine leathers. And just in time for dinner, too. The way she says dinner is suspicious. Anyway, meanwhile, roads are typically not good. In some cases, they're a little more than a dirt track. In some cases, they are better than that. But the queen is the queen. Yeah, I know you probably wanted to attack diagonally, but I don't want to get attacked. No one travels in these parts. As we just pace around each other. You're not welcome here. Just... I'm working on that. If you just let me leave. If you just let me leave, I'll be gone. I don't want to hurt you. I will if you don't stand aside. This is our village. We'll protect what is ours. Okay, well, bye. The fight falls out of the villagers of Sadok's village. Yeah, I don't recognize that name particularly. I'm sure he's somebody. Let me look it up quick, while I continue to talk about road construction. In many cases, roads are little more than a cleared path that are extremely small. Like, it is not... Oh, okay. There it is. Perfect. We need to work our way that way if we can. If it will let us. Anyway. So, roads are often little more than a cleared path. Muddy, simple, not in good condition. That's something this game actually does quite well, where the roads... Okay. Cool. We're going to ignore that advice, Morgana, because we're not actually going there. If we can manage it. If we can make our way over to the other place, that would be better. Anyway, in some cases, roads are maintained, and it is a symbol of kind of stability if roads improve closer to cities, or with it near a manor. Often part of the obligations associated with a charter, either of a king to a vassal or a charter of a free town, of which there were many of those, would be the upkeep of roads in the vicinity. So it is, hey, it's Branwen. Please let me... Halt! Okay. Stay where you are or I'll fire. This feels like a bad idea. Really? I don't mean you any harm. Then that is a difference between us. I will be happy to harm you. Just give me the chance. The grass seems to whisper in nasty voices, reminding Guinevere of her guilt. Okay, that's the same dialogue as before, with the two dragons. Oh, interesting. Straight lines. Okay. You said that there are two dragons at war beneath the earth. The first river under Camelot was the blood of the white dragon, etc. Hey, could... Please, just be calm. Branwen? Can you actually shoot me? Can shoot down any, can't attack adjacent squares. Okay. Then, no space to draw a bow in, archer. Mordred wouldn't give you the choice. If you're his follower, know this. He will kill you. Fair enough. Does not like Mordred. Oh, and you have now switched over to... Wait, why do you say you have a knife when, like... Okay, the rat... Frustrating. That actually is bad. I need to move this way. Merlin built... Okay, yeah. The woods of Clanfayan. Okay, we've got another place that we can go to. Does this... Is this good? Yeah, that seems to be good. Don't threaten me again. Flee or I'll be knocking you down. No. I don't want to do that. No. I want to recruit you. My name is Queen Guinevere of Camelot. Come on, let me recruit you, damn it. Come on. You want me to join with you? Yeah, I know you will. That seems fair. Gather. Branwen of the Wood. Okay. So she is another Welsh one. She is probably based on Branwen Fairclear. So another character from the Mabinogi, the non-Arthurian parts of the Mabinogi. Oh crap. Well, Branwen will at least get up, and we can use a story. We can use a story as a way to make that work. We got an archer, and a new playable character. Don't think this means I trust you now. I don't. Yeah, okay. I don't know why Mordred will pay for the rats, but we will make Mordred pay for the rats. Does that become a second ability? Yeah, okay. The bowwoman stalks my thistle barely, I did it! The tough hooded archer of the Hill of the Bent Marshes. We got a new character. So yeah, she is like Rhiannon. She is not... Okay, let me go to not there, okay? I'm trying to avoid Camlin for as long as possible, cause, remember, Borlois is there, and Merlin is there. Theoretically, maybe. So if we are lucky, we can actually hunt them down, and our squad can become ridiculously huge. We will have the Doom stack, and it will be completely pointless. It will be completely pointless to have that many people, but it will be amusing, so we can at least unlock them. Shoot inwards through arrow slits and puncture his wineskins. Wow! So, let's check that, because her father should be here. So we'll see. Clear should be, well, is one of the main characters of the Mabinogi and is, he is extremely kind of, odd, because he is eat some, sneeze some. What? Are you a magician? Camelot, there was a man named Merlin who spoke in riddles. I am no wizard. I am a man. Look. I have 2 arms and 2 legs. And they wave about on their own. Aren't they strange? But I have no reflection. Where has it gone? What happened to you? I've been looking for my face in the water. But it isn't there. If this is Merlin, I will be very amused. You are unwell, old man. Go home. Your journey is doomed. Everything is doomed. It is already decided. Arthur intends to die at Camlin, and you will not stop him. He is Merlin. He's gotta be. There's not that many... There are not that many people who are, Whoa! Never mind. Okay. Why would he leave Excalibur behind? It is the sword of the realm. It's the sword of the kingdom itself, yes. If he gives us Excalibur, that'd be wild. Please, please be Merlin. Please be Merlin. But the secret. Arthur gave me the sword. Yeah, he is, don't know your emblem or your face. Come on, come on. Please. I threw it into a lake. It's gone. And soon Arthur will be too. Okay, so this, would be... So, the one in Mallory, the one to return, the sword Excalibur to the lady in the lake which is a thing that happens. Since in that one, the Sword in the Stone, Caladhul, is not Excalibur, instead, you go to the, you have to go and return the sword to the Lady of the Lake when Arthur goes to Avalon. The one to do that is Sir Bedivere in Mallory's Tale. Bedwyr in Welsh. Again, a very old part of the tradition. So that would not be Merlin, that would be Bedivere. And, you know, such an important part of the tradition that he makes it into freaking Monty Python's version, in addition to the completely made-up Sir Robin, but we don't talk about him. There's a curious clacking sound from somewhere nearby. And the deceased knight... Oh, good. That's a deer. That's a red spider. That is just a regular spider. Branwen, why don't you lead the charge here? There are demons here. Yes, there are. Ooh! The red spider rips apart the deer as Branwen looks on in disgust. Okay. Can kill any unblocked line of sight is incredibly strong. Because if someone just moves vaguely close... that is actually blocked though. Crap. Yes, I know. I know Branwen is in danger. And in a linear stance after a diagonal move... would be pretty good... I think. Actually, backing up. Nay. Okay, I can either move here, which he can't actually attack me across that ground. You know, that's actually the best option. Creatures here won't show you any mercy, and here's the problem. Your unspawned knights are about to be overrun. Flee now. Yeah, I will flee. Because I can't get out of the way, and I can't block off that spider like I wanted to. I needed Guinevere onto the battlefield. But this way no one dies, because otherwise Guinevere would have died, Morgana would have died, Abigail would have died, and Who's His Face would have died. Just everyone would have died. So, we'll flee. And we get to Giant's Fell. Okay, that prevents us from getting a bunch of people, but that's fine. Path have been turned to mud by many hooves. The gates of the forest of Giant's Fell have been torn from their hinges. And Camlin must be near. I really should keep Guinevere being the one leading, I think, most of the time. There's a sound like rattling sticks. And that's a spider. Show yourself. There it is. Hello, friend spider. Friend spider? That's two spiders. Oh gosh, these are the terrifying red spiders. We will back off onto the high ground, because that is, very important. And let's get Branwen on the field. Because if she can cover... She can cover our backs in a much more useful way. Can put a fire with horse piss. Okay, whatever. Your way is over. Okay, so you... Damn. I will move you that way. If you step forward... Oh gosh, there are more people? How are there so many people? I can change the stance here. One, yeah, ready to fight is good. Ah, crap. The rat doesn't matter. The rat can't do anything. Jab would have been helpful, but you went to suicide, which will get the rat out of the way. How does this work? Okay, so if you suicide, do we bring Morgana onto the field? Is that the play? To try and persuade these spiders to not do any of that? But nearby the rat watches. You cannot attack at close range anyway, so we'll move here. I hear if you cut one of the legs off of one of these spiders, it keeps going on its own. I heard of a knight who was stalked by a leg like that across 12 leagues. It found him in his sleep and stabbed him through the heart. Thank you, Morgana. You're making me real comfortable. That's what I was afraid of. Okay. Can you short bow this guy? Yeah. The arrow shears through the rain and buries itself in the belly of the red spider. Green blood leaks from the fatal wound. Drive me away and we will return tenfold to destroy you. Why would you want to do... Why are you trying to sacrifice yourself for a tactical advantage? I mean, it's actually not a bad play. Perhaps? No. Bradwin moving here is the better play. You're pathetic. You will fall and fail. Okay. Morgana, are you close enough to pat? No, you are not. Okay. Then I sacrifice. If I sacrifice Guinevere. Yes. I can sacrifice Guinevere. It's a hard thing not to trust one's allies, to be watching one's back all the time. Sometimes it keeps you alive. And yep, she gets taken. Which is alright. You can step up this way. The rat hopefully moves. I know someone who carved rat bones into flutes. Disgusting, old man. And you can shoot the rat. Actually, that's good. And I have so much board control that it should be okay. The rat yelps as it dies. I don't want to die here. I won't. And bails. Thank goodness. Okay, that was fun. That was a good fight. I enjoy this higher difficulty. Guinevere lives. Injured, yes, but alive. To save a queen is to save the country. It was an accident, I assure you. When I find Marjorie, do you and I... We will show him no mercy. I would be willing to lie here for the night, please. Thank you. I need the morale, and I need the healing that these stories do. Tell the stories. And we're going to finish this run no matter what. We will let it be. And so chat, which story do we hear? Even though we're getting close to the nominal end of my time, we will keep going until I am done here with this run. In the meantime, yeah, so Branwen's father, not a drunkard, is instead here, of which we know very little of, but he's one of those who's probably an Irish borrowing, as Math is sad because he's gone, but one of his favorite characters is Manawillan, who Irish cognate is Mananan MacLear, who is probably the Irish cognate to, or potentially Lear is a Welsh borrowing of Lear, but potentially they are actually cognates, both deriving from a common origin instead. I suspect more the latter. Regardless, Branwen is his daughter, and the giantish Bran the Blessed, of whom the second book of the Mabinogi at least partially focuses on, is her brother. Anyway, which door are we hearing? Trees? I'm hearing a vote for trees. Tell me of the trees. Avathorpe Grove by Robin Todd. This is the tale of Avathorpe Grove. Avathorpe was a small keep on the coast, sitting on a barren spit of rock. On the landward side, a thick grove of trees crowded the place, even as waves battered it from the other. But the Lord, Edwin, was happy enough. The trees provided lumber, the ocean provided fish. And eventually, his wife, she produced a son. Still, a hard life in a small keep. There are few enough places with an easy life. See, his son was born pale and slight, his hair silver, and as he grew older he shied from the daylight. So he's albino, but he was strong in mind and had an idea to prove himself. The trees, he thought, accomplished nothing, and could be better used for furnaces. He went into the grove to survey, but came back changed. He spoke of the beauty of dappled leaves. His surveys grew more frequent. Bewitched, obviously. One day, Lord Edwin's son did not return. His father assumed an enchantment, a dryad, or some other spirit of the woods. He sent his men to burn the grove down. They didn't return. Then he compelled a search of party at the sting of the web. They found nothing but suits of armor, roots inside them like twisted bones. Branwen probably was rooting for the trees this whole time, and let's be honest, the trees, we are all rooting for the trees, and Branwen is definitely rooting for the trees. There were no bodies to be found, no blood, no sign of battle. And yet, bereft of their mortal intelligence and home to nothing but roots, they still marched on the keep. Every morning the suits of armor grew closer, as if the roots of the forest had grown overnight and walked them into position. Each day their hands slowly raised, swords poised above their heads and ready to strike. The people fled down the few forest paths still open to them. Cowards. I would not think so harshly on them. Life is harsh enough. The Lord sent his wife away, but he himself refused to leave. We could call him foolish too. Guinevere could just be foolish to everyone. He was in despair, no more and no less. Alone in his keep, longing for his lost son, he strapped on his best mail and doused himself in oil. He took a torch into the woods and, rounding the fire, cried, "Fight me!" There was no reply. But there in the shade he found a flower, a striking white flower with a silver stamen. He fell to his knees. The torch dropped from his hand and sputtered in the undergrowth. He cried, and as his tears fell on the ground, the roots of the forest grew up and around him. Was he reunited with his son? I suppose you could look at it that way. Of course, now the keep of Avathorpe is nothing but stones and wood, but I was told that Avathorpe Grove still stands. Are you from Avathorpe? No, that was a long time ago. Just one of the stories you hear. Sleep well, Guinevere. Well, let's see what our options are. We recover some stamina. Where can we actually go to? We cannot go to any of these, so we will not have any chance to recover either of these. Where Merlin and Nimue. So Merlin actually may be a trio. If he's in the woods of Laughabon with Nimue, that's a real chance. Hopefully we can find some food, because we would, well, it doesn't super matter. We will eat our 2 rations, and everyone else should be okay. It doesn't really matter, because anyone who falls at Camlin just dies. There is no surviving them left. But we are close, and at least we got a new hero finally. The path into Neil's fields is lined with painted shields. Some show old symbols: the wheat sheaf, the running of the fox. Most display the cross of Sir Mordred. This is wide open. Wow. There are some villagers here. Let's have Morgana lead the battle this time, actually. She can take a hit if things go poorly. This place is a hole. No wonder everyone's gone. We had another like you through here. Some vagabond. We beat him to within an inch of his life. We show you the same courtesy. We are in Mordred's country now. This country has been sleeping for too long. Sir Mordred brings the dawn. Yada yada yada. Blah blah. Waste of time. We'll just kill these guys and be on with it. Free? What do you want to be free from? Not from your own stupidity. You're not getting away from that. And there's a 4th one. Arthur. We've heard this story several times of, oh look, Mordred walks among us, talks to us. He is a common folksman, and unlike Arthur, and who sits in his castle and is one of the elite, who doesn't actually serve anyone. This is one of those I said on the last stream, and I do stand by it. Like, this game is sometimes explicitly political. You have missed your chance to see greatness, goodness. And that's the lay of it. So I could kill these guys, and that probably angers them, but we can scare them off, hopefully. Turns out, just shooting archers is... That's also in character, you know? Leave us in peace. Why do you harry us? You are trying to kill me. Like, hang on a minute. You were trying to kill me, so, like... Don't trip over your boots now, Bronwyn. What is peace? No interference. Change to our diagonal stance. If you're going to hurt us, do it now. We will not give you a second chance. Strangers are not welcome here. If you're ready to fight there... Yeah, that's huge. They seem to not be playing aggro, so maybe we don't need to worry about it? Weird. Why are they not doing anything? This is peculiar. I mean, I'm trying to leave you in peace. That's actually a bad idea. We will do that. Brandon, what are you doing? Things? Yeah, actually, we should be ready to fight instead. Don't trip over your boots now, Brandon. We're just gonna try and push past them and be okay. I don't think you can stop me. I think we'll crush you. Can you actually attack? Yeah, you can. Perfect. Brandon stabs someone and calls it a day. There we go. We made it through, no problem. You killed nobody. Bradman killed literally everyone. So why are you saying that you wiped your blade? And there's Camlin. Oh, Camlin's in a different spot this time. I think it may be time that we just finish this, because we can't go here. We can't go anywhere else, so we're at the end. Which is good, because we are at over 4 hours. So, seems you're invisible after all, Guinevere. Oh well, so yeah, what are your guys' thoughts on this game? Something I said I wanted to talk about was the procedural generation. And how that enables, and in some ways doesn't enable, Arthurian traditions. One thing that it really, I find, I take a little bit of issue with in the procedural generation is that it makes it harder, not easier, for you to run into the people that would make this into an Arthurian story. There's also a problem of just not having enough writing in the game to really provide varied situations in the procedural generation. I'm noticing that quite a lot. But thrust or shoulder bash. Let's get thrust this time. But for all of this, the trust that held the kingdom together is shattered. There can be no victory when so many are suffering. Oh, Guinevere, why could you not keep your secrets more closely? Presumably referencing Lancelot. But we get Guinevere and we get a lot of other people too. I'm gonna get Branwen on the field as quickly as possible. My queen, is it really you? Sure it is. Can we actually not? Yeah, there we go. My Guinevere, there's a storm before us. I have a storm at my back. So you can keep thrust, or you can get to me, which advances a party member to kind of, so that the party member gets killed so that, Guinevere doesn't have to, basically. But yeah, it does seem like it is harder than it needs to be to attract all of the followers, which is a shame, because it could be so good. And instead, we struggle to get everyone. Oh well, so be it. You'll change stance because you can attack. That's actually a bad idea. That's actually feeding, so I won't do that. Let's see, you can attack linearly without... Guess we'll do that and see what you can actually accomplish. Okay. Wait, you can just shoot this guy. Hilarious. I didn't think you could do that, but that's fine. Branwen is incredibly good. But yeah, I see exactly what they're trying to do, because so much of the Arthurian corpus is based on... Wow, I can just do it again. Go for it. She just snipes everyone, and I love it. So Sir Mordred blunders forward. Change stance. We'll claim ourselves some more territory. And we will see That enables Guinevere to attack diagonally. And then I need to gather up, I need to be trying to gather up as much renown as I can to be able to spend... Oh, crap. To try and spend on as many, well, places as I can. We'll change the stance here, and we'll take a couple more moves. 1, 2. I won't have Branwen, fight 3, and here we go. Guinevere versus Mordred. But yeah, this game I think just doesn't quite have enough content, enough varied situations to be generated into. So even in just these 2 streams, these 6 hours or so, we've heard the same event 4 or 5 times. The exact same motivations for Malthalich to join us as it was for 3 people before him, of an adoptive family that he doesn't like in a village he thinks is a dead end. And that's sad. But what they're clearly trying to do, and I think that they almost do really well, is that no, you need not go. Guinevere is way better than Arthur. And let her kill. Anyway, what they're trying to do is to enable the kind of framing device that the Arthurian tradition actually is in an interactive format, and I love that idea. So, specifically, since there are so many stories distantly related to Arthur, but not primarily about him, and there are so many different romances that are swapping out stock scenes and stock moments over and over and over again. And I think the idea is admirable. And yeah, actually, hilarious. That is a reference to the alliterative Morte Arthura, where Guinevere and Mordred do marry. Interesting. A pity. I had to take everything wanted to take everything my father had, and then burn it all, of course. Yeah, he just wants to destroy. We will hold, and hopefully he walks forward. Father is 1,000 times the man you'll ever be. That's a low bar. You might have learned from him, but you were too busy sulking. Mordred sneers. Escape diagonally. Can flip the diagonal and escape. Hey, he just dies. Hilarious. Then you want to be a mother to me after all this time? I'm touched. Oh, what? Why? Huh? Why did you not... Ah, crap, I threw. I totally threw. Because that's diagonal. Yeah. And keep my spoons in your skull. We will have to move. And I don't know if I survive this. Mordred laughs bitterly and kills me. Yep. I am Mordred Pendragon. And there's the kill. Yep, I need to back up linearly. So, it was a good attempt. And now you get to see what happens when we lose. For some reason, Guinevere lost all her abilities. I don't know why she couldn't attack diagonally. I have no clue why she couldn't attack diagonally. But that's fine. Not every time wins in happiness. That's okay. Anyway, what this game is trying to do is to procedurally generate these kind of stories around the Battle of Camlan, but on the way enable a bunch of small side stories, meetings of people, fights in woods of great knights and banners, meeting friends sometimes knowingly, sometimes unknowingly, and seeing what happens. However, a problem with the procedural generation is that it likes, and everything being ruined and broken already, is that it likes setting up where people are and then pulling the rug out from under you and saying, no, that's not where they are. You now need to go hunt for them. And then not giving you a path to reasonably go hunt for them. So I think it needs a little bit of help to make it work. To make it really shine. But the idea of using game mechanics to generate the Arthurian romance and represent some amount of the diversity of the whole corpus is really admirable, and I think a really interesting, worthwhile thing for this game to have been trying to do. So, on that note, that's where we will end the stream. Affects enemy cunning, likelihood of encountering allies, and food scarcity. What I don't know is how much this actually affects the is whether increased difficulty makes it more or less likely to encounter allies. It seems to be more, but I'm not super sure on that, so don't know. Regardless, though, if you enjoyed this stream and are watching, do consider follows or likes on the YouTube video, likes and comments there when the VOD is uploaded, which should be later today, will help a lot with promoting it to more people. Additionally, if you have a little bit of cash to spare and want to support the channel more, please do consider subscribing. It's only if you have Twitch Prime, you get one subscription for free. Otherwise, for the rest of this month, it is discounted, so it's only $3 for a subscription for you. I get $2.50 of that, so that helps a lot with enabling me to keep improving the channel and keep improving these streams. And once the PS5 comes out and all of the games associated with that, it'll let me enable me to be able to do that, research more, and just talk more effectively about the Middle Ages and history in general in video games. Anyway, also consider following me on Twitter, twitter.com/LudoHistory, and joining the Discord server, which I will drop a link to in just a moment as soon as it loads. And it will be in the description of the YouTube VOD as well. So, as this loads, please. Please. My computer is sometimes slow, so here we go. 3, 2,